1 to part 3, and we'll kick it off at 4:35 with today's ICC Paraclimbing World Cup Final 2025 in Innsbruck. In Kürze geht's ja los. Um 16:35 Uhr mit den ersten Athletinnen und Athleten in der Wand. Das wird die Kategorie RP2 der Männer und Frauen und RP1 sein. Für alle, die neu sind hier beim Paraclimbing, aber jetzt sehe alle, wir haben da viele Athletinnen und Athleten hier, die teilweise in der Qualifikation geklettert sind, aber heute noch das Finale und ihre Coaches. Sie kennen sich natürlich sehr, sehr gut aus, aber für alle, die neu sind,
Hello and welcome to Innsbruck. We are here for the Paraclimbing World Cup, the second of the season, and what a spectacular location for a climbing competition. The heat is out though, 31% humidity, 30 degrees, and I'm joined by Sebastian Decker in the commentary box, who frankly, Sebastian, where were you at the last competition? I missed you.
Hi Matt, yeah, I was, my plan was to do a bit of like solo biking through Morocco, but it didn't went as expected, had a little accident, came back earlier, but I was not scheduled, I was not nominated for Salt Lake, so all my focus was for Innsbruck. Here I am now.
Yes, and so you just missed out on finals then?
Yes, I did, but I followed the live stream. And it was pretty exciting to see.
I mean today. How was your competition in Innsbruck?
My competition today. Well, I finished 13 out of 20 starters. The RP1 sport class I'm climbing in is getting so super, super strong. More and more people, more and more very competitive people showing up. Now as we know that the RP1 sport class will be a Paralympic sport class, just a few weeks old, the announcement from the IPC means that we have way more interest and many more strong athletes coming around the corner, and that means like for the old guys like me, we have to see a bit how to deal with that.
Well, let's talk about this, because 13th in your category, that is a massive category of athletes.
20.
Have you seen an increase this year, especially?
Yes, this is the biggest World Cup ever. We have 240 registrations for this event. 210 showed up. I mean, we had some issues, political system. There's no Team Israel at the moment here. Good luck and greetings to you. I know you're following online. And we also expect, I think, even higher numbers in the World Championships in Seoul.
Yep, that's coming at the end of the season when is it, September?
In September. It's the next event. It will be the next Para event.
And after that, we have another World Cup, of course,
exactly.
in Laval.
The last one of the season. So we will see how that develops now, because every country brings bigger teams. We have new countries coming to the field of play. I think Team Iceland here for the very first time. Welcome to the family.
Yes, and talk about Team Iceland. So I spent some time with Team Iceland yesterday. I filmed a little piece for the World Climbing Club. The World Climbing Club is a free-to-watch show on YouTube, and that will be coming out tomorrow. So you, as well, can check our new Icelandic climber, who's very interesting. He's got a good story.
Oh, yes. I also talked to him, and for them it's so exciting to be now part of the family, and there will be more new appearances in the season, more countries joining. We see, especially since the Paralympic status has been published, has been revealed that we are in the Paralympic Games in LA 2028, there has an increase of requests on how do we get in, how does it work, how can we get into, how does it work actually paraclimbing. So just follow our show and we talk you through all the details on how it works.
Well, we are watching right now not only the mountains with that shot there, but also we're seeing shots of the route. So to explain to you guys how this works, there are 4 routes, each with a variety of different categories. Sebastian, as our resident expert here, will be going through the categories and what they mean in a minute. But with these routes, we were looking at one of the campus-style routes down on the far right-hand side. So we'll see athletes campusing. That's not using your feet through there. And Sebastian, there are some hard routes out there. There's a 7C plus to slash 8A as one of the routes. I couldn't find that.
The route we see here, that's the easiest one, is the 6C roundabout. So imagine you just pick the next 6C in your gym and try to just campus it without your feet. Like this is the level you can expect here in this route. And yeah, the difficulty goes up until 7C plus 8A. And this will be climbed by the RP3, AU3, and AL2 sport class. We'll explain you later where that's coming from. So we have a system where we separate our athletes in different sport classes in order that not a blind climber is climbing against someone who has just one leg or one arm or 1.5 arms. So that's the idea of classification. We have sport classes who are the result of the classification, which is done by medical experts. We're also climbers and experts in climbing and medical experts. So we have 10 different sport classes per gender, and Matt, for the very, very first time, we are here with 20 out of 20 sport classes.
Wow. So basically what that means is in some competitions we can't fill all those slots, but at this one we have athletes for every single category. And you can start to see the athletes coming out onto the Innsbruck stage now. As you can see, the wall sheltered from the sun mercilessly, and it will get better as we drop into evening time, coming up to 4:30 here at Central European time. And Sebastian, you stood on the stage in this moment of World Cups before. What were you going through emotionally in these moments?
2 years ago I was on stage, and I got my last medal here, exactly 2 years ago. Yeah, that's the moment you're hoping for, right? You compete to get into finals and hopefully to get the best shot at the podium. And it's the moment where you're, for the first time, you have time to get out of isolation, out of silence. You're warmed up, you're prepared. You see for the first time the crowd, our amazing crowd cheering us here. And observation has been done already, so now it's the last moment to see and feel the atmosphere, and then we'll start with the climbing soon.
Yeah, it's coming very soon. The presentation of the athletes take place. The athletes will then leave the stage, come behind the wall where there's a tent set up, and they will then wait for their turn to climb. They've already observed the route before we started this broadcast, so they've checked the routes out themselves. And as Sebastian said, this is just a big moment for them as they prepare themselves for the next couple of minutes. And we will be swapping commentators throughout today. We're going to maybe have a route setter on at some point. We've got a variety of athletes coming through. Myself and Sebastian have been typing wildly on Instagram to try to get athletes here. And we've got some athletes joining us straight from the wall, right? Including your friend Jamie.
Yes. Yeah. We're going to have some athletes hopefully coming right from the wall. They will pass by our commentary box, which is behind the wall, actually. So we are not visible on screen. We are just behind the wall you see there. And all we can do is watch the show on screen. Or do we hear everything which is going on around?
That's true. We're sheltered anyway, which does help right now because the conditions are warm. I talked to Igor, one of our Brazilian climbers, who I actually spent time with in a Rio gym. And we were talking about his program he does with some of the local kids around there. And he was saying, I feel at home. It's exactly the same temperature as Brazil right now. That tells you something, doesn't it?
Yeah. It does. It does. Also comparable to Spain, Portugal. But the conditions there are well known.
Yeah, it's sweaty out there. It's sweaty here, but the athlete's more than capable of dealing with it. Well, there is Benjamin Mayforth down on the left there. We filmed some content with him in Salt Lake City as well, so do go and check that out on the World Climbing Club. It was a part of an American Comp Simulation Day. And let's just say that Ben goes through a rather unusual routine before he starts climbing. I'm not going to give it away, but you can go and check it out on YouTube. It's a little bit odd. Right, Sebastian. Well, the athletes have turned. They're filing past us right now. We're almost time to get underway here in Innsbruck. And a reminder to everyone that we have a packed week of climbing this week. The boulder qualifications for men and women starts tomorrow, Wednesday. And then we have semi-finals and finals over the 2 preceding days, and then lead as well. And I spoke to her last night, Sebastian. I can confirm there's a certain Yanya Gambra who is returning, which is going to be fantastic.
Really?
Oh, she's coming back. Now, Sebastian, the leaderboard here. Sorry, the finals.
The starting list for women's RP2.
Now, Jasmine Plank, the obvious favourite for women's
Local
RP2.
hero.
Yeah, she really is. Austrian climber, and she's, I don't even know how many gold medals. Over 15, I think, last time I checked.
She lives nearby here, just 5 kilometers away. She's training here in the Kletterzentrum in Innsbruck, day by day, week by week. Then the men's RP2 lead finalists, Manikandan Kumar from India, Benjamin Mayforth, and Braden Butler from Team US, and Philip Rosek, my teammate from Team Germany.
This is a tough category. Manikandan, we know how good he is. Benjamin Mayforth didn't have the Salt Lake City comp he would have wanted, has come back strongly here, so it's going to be an interesting battle between those two. We look at women's RP1, Melissa Ruiz, 3 USA athletes into our top 4 here. Just Lucy Keyworth from Great Britain down at the bottom. So she'll be out first, splitting these guys up. No necessarily clear favourite in this category.
No, but we're interesting to see if USA can do the triple, like.
Oh, the lockout on the podium.
Oh, yes. 3 US flags on the podium. That doesn't happen that often on the paraclimbing. I remember Team Great Britain did it once, Team Germany also.
And women's RP3, we'll be going through exactly what these RP and AU and all that stuff means as they climb. But for now, these are the athletes getting through. And Nat Burrell qualifying in the top position. And Marina Diaz as well. We talk about legends. She is certainly one of them from Brazil. Moving into men's RP3, Tadashi Takano down at the bottom, the favourite in this category. Igor is the gentleman I was talking about from Brazil, who said the conditions are similar right now. And then Jamie Badek, who will be joining us after he climbs. So that'll be an athlete to watch out for. And then Luke Smith slipping into the finals, just about down at the bottom. We'll see him in a couple of minutes on men's RP3.
Yeah, I fear there's no rain today, luckily.
Yes, because the qualifying was slightly disrupted the other day.
Yes, so we had a little break due to rain, and I hope the rest of the week stays as it is like now, but the weather forecast already said like in 2 days it might.
Oh, Sebastian, don't tell me that. Right, men's RP1, Alois Potier from France qualifying in the top position. But keep an eye on Corbian as well. He's someone who could take, certainly a podium, could take a gold here. And then Luke Jamieson down at the bottom, and Tim Breyer and Andreas in the middle there from the Netherlands, another closely contested category. And that's it for now. So those are the categories we'll see first of all. There are more to come. And Sebastian, we've got to talk about this wall because it's a dominant feature of the Innsbruck arena and a very special place to go climbing.
Oh yes. Kletterzentrum Innsbruck is like a Kletterzentrum just made for climbing, made for competitions. There's a lot of space here in front of the wall, behind the wall. Behind the wall, you see there is a second wall where you can climb on 2 sides as well. So there's a huge space. There is an inside climbing gym, the 2-speed wall here, 1 outside, 1 inside. As I said, it's made for competitions. This wall is 15 meters high with the stage you see in front of the wall, 10 meters overhanging in the middle part. So it's massive, it's huge, and it takes a lot of energy to get up there.
Especially if you have to campus it, like some of our athletes will be doing later on. It's very, very physical. Well, the judges are underneath those white umbrellas. The audience is just out of shot from our camera, sort of behind us, leading towards the gym. And those are the mountains that are behind. Always a reminder that our sport started in the mountains, and we get to see the mountains every time we go indoor climbing here at the Kletterzentrum, which is a nice little reminder they're out there somewhere. And of course, Innsbruck, such a mecca for climbing. There's 9As around here. Jakob Schubert's first 9A was here. We've got hard boulders. There's a bit of everything.
Yes, everything is here, and also it's just, I think it's so famous. So many climbers also live here. Many teams come here for training, no matter which countries. Climbing gym, Innsbruck, Kletterzentrum Innsbruck is really like crowded. Also, like in many gyms, there are not that many hard routes, which are sufficient for national teams, for example. Here you have them. You can have them. Here you can test them. And also on these walls, here are all the like latest and volumes and holds that are used in competitions.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a very good point, Sebastian, because one of the reasons the teams come here is to test those holds out. And there are some new pinches on, I think it's the purple route, if I can... Oh, no, sorry, it's the one on the far left, the blue and green. There are some pinches that the setters were particularly excited by. I don't know why, they get excited by strange things sometimes.
We'll see. Maybe they've never tried them before.
Yes, maybe. I can't exactly remember what he said, but he was excited to see them in action. Right, so 3 athletes will climb together here.
So we have the women RP2 sport class on the very left side, then men RP2 in the middle, and on the right we have women RP1. So here we see women RP1 on the very left end of the wall.
Yeah, and women's RP1 is underway right now.
And so
we're just trying to figure out some names here ourselves, but we'll... We have Emily on 1, Philip on 2, and Lucy down on the far right-hand side from Great Britain. I see Lucy Keyworth climbing through the red section in the sunshine briefly, but now we'll be dropping into the shade on the left-hand side. So there is Emily on the left, who's coming through to what will be a very tricky section for the visually impaired climbers, what's called a sort of skywalk over. Lovely shot there to show Lucy coming through on the right-hand side. So this is Lucy here on the far right, and she makes her way into the shadows on the wall. And then in the middle, Philip as well, doing really well at the moment to make sure that he's cruising on what is a very steep part of the wall here.
Oh yes, it is. It is. It's a really pumpy endurance route. Very constant difficulties there. Nothing like one move crux to expect there. So there you see the wall angle, and you see always on the angle of the chalk back on how steep it actually is. Also, you see the double top rope system. One rope is going down, the other one's going up to avoid ground falls from the early beginning, because we are not climbing on lead for safety reasons here. It's top rope with 2 rope systems. You might not have seen that usually in normal gyms, only applied here in paraclimbing. So Philip approaching, pass by the midsection of the route now into the sun.
Yeah, those arms being kissed by the sun. We've seen Lucy fall on the right-hand side. Sorry, I missed that one. But she is back down on the ground. So we are sticking with Emily and Philip here. And Emily slips on the far left, goes inverted for a brief second. I mean, I want to talk about categories. Philip goes as well. So let's talk about, starting on the far left, RP. What does RP mean?
So RP means limited range power. That means we have got impairments like ataxia, atitosis, so neurological impairment, but also physical impairments like impaired passive range of motion, for example. So it can be big variety of impairments here. Some of our athletes use wheelchairs, some use crutches, some can walk on their own. No matter which disability they face, they all have the same route to climb. Our medical experts, our classifiers, examine the athletes, and they decide if it's either RP1, RP2, or RP3. So the number indicates the higher it is, the lower severe the impairment is. So it means high number, low impairment, low number, high impairment. So on the very left, you see women RP2 from Team Switzerland. Sarah Longley now approaching the wall. This RP2, that means that mid-severe impaired RP climbers.
Yeah, and on the far right, Hannah Zook underway for the USA, one of 3 USA athletes into this final here. This is not Sarah Longley, this is Hannah Zook from the USA underway here. And this section at the beginning shouldn't be too bad, big jugs there, but it's just a case of sort of saving a little bit of energy down low, saving it for the upper crux sections, I think, here.
Exactly. Also, it's very important to have the beginning of the route easy, that everyone gets safe off the ground, easily, let's say, accommodated into the route, and then it starts off to increase the difficulty as higher you get. And also, the overhang increases with the height here. So at the beginning, this very right route is quite vertical. Now, in the midsection, starts to get more and more overhanging.
Yeah, then Braden Butler underway for the men in the middle of the wall there.
So Sarah Longley on the left side of the wall, now going from the red section into the greenish section. We have some more technical moves, and expect a traverse to the right. So some dihedral stemming there. Now the wall gets a bit more overhanging.
Yeah, it is steep, and she's up into this, what will be no hands, big heel hook. She's got to rock up a long way on the left side of her screen. She's very, very low on that heel hook, Sebastian. I think she might have just started that sequence a little too early there on the left. Keep an eye on Hannah Zook as well. She's struggling a little on the right here. Big left hand, she slips. And Braden underway, and she has worked her way through on the left-hand side. That was a good working her way out of an issue there.
Yes, it's also some route reading required there, because I think our route setters had the idea that the traverse, normally you say you traverse low to make it as easy as possible, but in this case The ledge is meant to be traversed with your feet on it.
Yeah, she's got to get above Emily's score of 24 plus on that far left-hand side. Let's stick with Braden right now as he makes his way through on men's RP2. And we get a nice shot of this on an undercling. And as you said, this is just all about pump management, this route, isn't it? 'Cause very, very physical sequences.
Pacing, taking the rest in the right moment, not to rest too long or to hesitate if there's a move which looks a bit like too sketchy, too difficult to do just right away. Sarah Longi on the left. Looks like she's taking a little rest there.
Yeah, she's certainly kneeling down, and it might be one of those. Yeah, she's kind of got herself all scrunched up underneath. I think this might be a tactic, but sometimes a rest becomes your worst enemy because you get yourself into a position you can't get out
of anymore, yes.
And then the clock is ticking away and you're in a nightmare situation. So hopefully she can work her way out. Braden's got to get up to 42 plus in order to get into provisional gold as he makes the right-hand move. And then climbing on the far right is, we've got Jackie Stewart now, penultimate USA athlete out. Jackie wrapping those rounds around, and we have our leaderboard on the bottom left-hand side. This is for men's RP2, which is the middle category, and we can see Braden Butler's 33. He needs to go quite a lot higher to challenge Philip Hozek's 42 plus here.
Exactly, so 4 starters in this sport class. That means not everyone's guaranteed a medal. And Sarah Longi managed to do the traverse.
She spent quite a lot of time on that section, though, so we're going to have to keep... we can't see a clock here, so I can't exactly tell you when they'll be timed out, but you can have a rough idea of 6 minutes. And she's only halfway through, so she might have to motor here a little bit.
So Braden on his way into head wall towards the top section.
Out with the right-hand side now. Those elbows starting to come up as he transitions the weight over the right and then onto his left foot, holds a side pull, and he will feel the top of the wall looming. We lose Sarah Longi on the left-hand side. Have to wait and see where her score will end up.
I think it's provisional high point. Just after 2 starters, but we'll see 2 more to come.
Yeah, my scores haven't been updated yet, but I'll let you know when they do. And according to my score, she's underneath. She's 22 plus compared to 24 plus.
We just lost Braden in the red section towards the top, so what else to say? Like, very solid performance. 2 more to come, so we'll still see how that turns out. All climbers on the ground now.
Yes, all down. We rotate through for the athletes. And next up, walking across the stage is
Matoi Futashi from Team Japan.
So Matoi makes her way over to the
climb now on the very left.
Oh, that wasn't Matoi. There's Matoi on screen. So we have a slightly small screen here, so it's quite difficult to tell sometimes. Right, there is
Benjamin Mayforth in the middle, and on the right we have Melissa Ruiz.
Now, I said there were no favourites in women's RP1. However, Melissa, very good climber, sort of coming through on the circuit over the last couple of years, but she's one to watch, right?
Oh, yes. Incredible climbing style. Watch carefully. So, Melissa getting off the ground here now. So, the easy first move of this route.
Yeah, so pump management down low. Just keep those, keep as less weight off your arms as you possibly can. She comes up.
But Melissa's secret is just use your arms.
Only really strong people say that, you know.
Oh, yes. Well, if that's the only thing you have left, or if that's your strong side, use it.
Absolutely. Right, Benjamin slaps those hands. He does, aggressively approaches the wall. This man is a fighter. He's working an 8A sport route in America at the moment, so give you an idea of his sort of ability and level. And he is underway. One of those athletes who can occasionally get quite emotional, maybe frustrated out on the wall, but he's learning, I think, just to hold it down a bit. Right, so
we have
Matoi. This is Matoi Futashi underway here. Up onto this this feature that you can sort of crawl across, walk across, whatever you want to do, but you need to make your way from left to right on it. And then this palm into the side of the wall here.
There's no really handhold there. It's I think it's just a little foothold there, right, to like help balancing the moves.
Yeah, it's sort of a lean and a press here.
So Benjamin Mayforth comfortable in the midsection. It's really overhanging there, the steepest part of the wall, by the way. This route is about 70 plus, we see there in the middle.
Yeah, and Benjamin's one of those athletes who he enjoys the steeper terrain. You know, when things get physical, he steps up. We can see the leaderboard on the bottom left. When women's RP1, that is still underway. Melissa Ruiz is still on the wall on the far right. That's our top 4. Remember, different number of athletes in each category sometimes.
So we see now Melissa walking her way up, now in provisional second position. Now already in first position. This is the new high point on the 6C on the very right. There you see pure campusing.
Yeah, she locks those feet back in, though. Big moves to come through the black volume. And she's approaching the third section of this wall already.
Cut loose. But she's really comfortable with that. She has to swing around to get her legs up with her limited strength and coordination capabilities in her legs, and she just compensate that with brute force out of her arms. Come on, Melissa.
Melissa fighting. She has paused here, hasn't she? Oh, we lose Matoy on the left-hand side. I think that's going to leave her below the gold medal position. We'll wait and see if that's scoreboard. Benjamin, feet swinging in the air here, manages to get them back on now. Hand left, and look at this. This is this physicality you were talking about, Sebastian.
It still looks so easy, and he's already 2/3 way up the wall. Incredible. So strong, Benjamin.
Yeah, pure power from him. Right, he's approaching the top of the wall there. You can see the top rope through those quick draws at the top, just a sort of a directional one on the top of the wall, right, just out of shot, but right there. And this is Ben as he approaches. Are we going to see our first top, Sebastian? Are you ready?
Maybe. We'll see. Come on, Ben. Show us the top. The first one up in that region. Cutting loose, but getting the feet back on, crossing through.
I'm pretty sure Ben's taken this already with this result here. I'm waiting
He's
for...
not looking that pumped yet. Still choking up, relaxed, looking up. Okay, next move. Left up.
I don't think the results
sorting
have
the
been
feet.
They haven't been updated yet for me.
But this is by far the first position. One move from the top. Benjamin.
Oh, Benjamin falls at the very, very top, but that should be enough for the gold medal for Benjamin Mayforth. We'll have to wait and see, but of course we have Mandy Candin to come, and I'm waiting for the score. He needed to get above Phillips 42 plus, which I'm pretty sure he did do, and I'll let you know when that, because I've got him at 55 plus, so that does put him in the top position with one climber to go. Oh, can he be beaten? This is going to be an interesting last climb.
This will be really interesting, because Manikandan Kumar is on the circuit for so long, so many years, so many competitions, so much experience. Has been through all of this before so many times. He knows how it feels to be out last. That means qualified first, and to handle all the pressure.
Alright, so coming back on for Great Britain.
No, this is now on the very far right and on the wall. This is men's
We've got Luke
RP1.
Luke Jameson
sport class now on the way. So women's sport class is women RP1 is done on the very right side. This is now men's RP1. Luke Jameson from Great Britain on the way, qualified in 6th place. So depending on the number of qualifiers, you have different numbers in finals athletes. So as this sport class had more than 50 starters, we were 20 starters in RP1. That means we have 6 finalists.
Yes, and this is Luke here as he makes his way up. Just him on the wall, I think, at the moment, up onto the fairly big holes down low. This traverse that then gets steeper as you hit the yellows. And then on the far left.
This is Jasmine Plank, local hero. The last starter from women's RP2, now getting ready for her turn in the women's RP2 final route. We have Manikandan Kumar in the right corner of the screen, just lifted off the ground. To win the gold medal here, he would have to top the route.
So big task for him. We've seen him do it before, though. So he is off the ground, underway. Luke makes his way into the shadow from the sunshine. He traverses right. And Jasmine Plank, who will have, let's be honest, the crowd behind her here in this Austrian stadium. They're going to be screaming her name out there.
Oh, definitely.
So Mandy Candin, though, will be aware how high Benjamin got. So you would have heard the crowd screaming. So he'll know what's ahead of him here, and it is a big task. We rarely see time as a huge factor in this, so it's worth resting your way through these routes.
It is. It was mostly an issue in visually impaired climbing. We see in the mid part of this final section today, because they normally climb a bit slower. But with this steepness, you shouldn't spend too much time just in one place.
Exactly that. It's too steep for that. Right, Benjamin, there he is, our updated leaderboard on the bottom left, 55 plus, leaves him in a very good position, so guaranteed at least the silver.
Exactly. Now in provisional last positions, Manikana Kumar, but he's on his way up. He will get further than that. Now we see men's RP. This is women's RP2
women's
final.
RP2, yeah.
So Manikanan in the mid part of the wall now.
Yeah, so he chalks up, and this is, remember, the steepest part of this Innsbruck wall. You can see the different angles available. Jasmine Plank's made her way into the press position, and this is just awkward. It's kind of a classic outdoor style move, this. You've got to shuffle your way around a pillar.
Oh, yes. Just do a traverse on a ledge.
Yeah, exactly that.
From one corner into the next one.
I spent a lot of time on Peak District ledges, shuffling around, back and forth, getting scared. So I understand what Jasmine's going through right now. Oh, look at this drop knee.
Oh, yes, a little dihedral
chimney
there. Yeah, a chimney slash dihedral. Nice.
I love it when setters challenge the athletes to 3D
yes.
territory.
Do we have any correction?
Manikanan falls! That means Benjamin, who's literally just walking past our commentary box, he takes the gold medal.
And he doesn't know yet.
And he doesn't know yet. Exactly that.
Oh, yes.
We should see if we can get him on, actually, Sebastian. What do you think? Do you think we can get Ben on? I tell you what, yeah. Well, we've got a helper who's going to go and see if Ben can come on for a live interview, which would be quite wonderful to have him. But we'll see. We're trying to work magic here in the commentary box.
Manikanan getting untied in front of the wall, and meanwhile we have from Team France in the men's RP1 final route. Tim Berruyer-Galté on his way there. Through an overhanging section, lots of power there. You see open hole that pulls a lot of energy from your forearms. And let's see how he can do there. So, now we're going to do a little switch over at the commentary box. And because we got Benjamin Mayforth here with us in the commentary box.
Yeah, so we're pretty sure that this man's just taken a gold medal. We are waiting for the updated scores, but certainly you climbed higher. So, Benjamin, we're going to put you onto the commentary box.
Hey.
I appreciate we've literally just grabbed you and you were recovering. Ben, what a run you just had, my friend. That was incredible.
That was... Matt, that was the best I've ever climbed in an IFSC route.
Look, there it is, confirmation. 55 plus, you are the gold medalist today. Well done, mate. Oh, we've got some tears here going on in the commentary box. What a lovely moment here. And Ben, congratulations, man. We're going to talk about the climbing. Will you just take a moment to recover here? Because we have underway on the right-hand side. In fact, let's take Ben. You take a moment, mate, to just chill. But I think that moment of realising really got Ben here in the commentary box. So lovely moment there. But we will carry on here with the... He's okay, by the way. He's not. We haven't upset him. He's just very emotional.
He still has his harness on. He just barely can keep a breath. So we have men's RP1, the second starter out on the wall, Tim Galté.
Yeah, and Tim just took a fall about halfway through there on the wall. Great performance from him, fighting his way out of the sun into the shade.
Also one of the new faces in the IFSC Paraclimbing. So Benjamin Mayforth taking a little break just behind the commentary box. While we continue here on screen, now we see the next climber on stage. This is now on the very left end of the wall. This is women's RP3. Our first starter, Charlotte Andrew from Team Great Britain, underway.
Yeah, Charlotte quickly off the ground through these very interesting, rather beautiful holes on the left-hand side there.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
The setters really do get some toys to play with, don't they? Very, very cool. All right, so... let's see then, it's all action.
So now we have the hardest route on the wall in action. This is the second line from the right side, which is men's RP3. We have Luke Smith from Team Great Britain just giving us the first insights into the moves on the hardest route on the wall, which is 7C plus to 8A. Let's see what he can do with it.
Yeah, it's a very physical section. First time we get to check this out here as Luke Smith is underway, and as you said, big task ahead of him. And then on the left-hand side, I'm pretty sure here we've got Charlotte Andrew underway from Great Britain. And then on the far right-hand side, we have Hilje Andres, thanks, from Norway. They're underway. Norway with a Good team here as well, Sebastian.
Also
they're
growing year by year.
No, exactly.
Very constant performance here.
Alright, so all three in action. We get rid of the Pumpy 7B Plus on the purples. And it's a good chance to check out this 7C Plus here as Luke, just with 1 point of contact on that foot there, launches the right hand across. And, you know, Sebastian, it's quite difficult, isn't it? When we look at these athletes climbing, sometimes the impairment is obvious, sometimes it's not. But every athlete is affected in a different way, and it's very personal as well.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We see now RP3, women's and men at the same time, and men's RP1, which is the most severe impaired sport class that we have on the circuit here. See Kat Lewis on the right from Team Norway, getting the feedback on the volume now, doing the crossover section here. To the right, little side hold undercling, bumping out to the right, getting the feet up. So limited neurological, limited coordination and strength due to neurological conditions can be a good reason to be in men's RP1 here. Let's see how he can do with a big move up.
No, simultaneous falls there. Luke Jamieson goes at the same time as Luke Smith there. Sorry, Luke Smith goes in the middle. And then Andreas Healy goes down on the far right. So let's stick over on the left-hand side here as Charlotte Andrew underway.
So the first climber from women's RP3 sport class here. By the way, we have 5 starters in women's RP3. That it was due to the fact that we have, normally this sport class would have 4 in finals, but as there were 2 qualifying with the same ranking, we have 5 starters in final here.
And look at this, casual stuff in the middle section here on the traverse. Swapping hands, shaking out.
Looks like a good rest.
One of those where the old calf might start to burn a little bit. She's got a lot of weight through on that right-hand side. Still in the position with that right leg, really looking like she's struggling here. Tipped those fingers over with the left hand and now drops back down to rest. And Sebastian, unless she recovers something here, this is not going to be possible for her.
Oh no, but technically very demanding, but she's managing it really good. Now popping out to the right, swapping over the feet. Yes.
Yeah, powerful stuff. Well, she did manage to get something back there because she was definitely burning out a little bit on the move. But what a recovery from her. Flicks the head around that quick drop. Sorry, the attachment point. Right hand bump was a bit too far though, you could see, but a couple of moves further than I thought she was going to get. What a fight from her.
But first start of the sport class and already really good way up the wall. So maybe for route setters is the moment to think maybe was this route a bit too easy for the sport class, but we will see.
And
so more to come there.
We are going to swap you over in a minute, but stick with us just for now as we watch Jamie underway. Now look, Jamie, friend of yours, I know he'll be hopefully coming to the commentary box later on. Tell me about him.
Yeah, Jamie Barendrecht from Team Netherlands. Jamie has an artificial hip on one side. So it's a good example. RP3, that means minor impairment, a minor affection of his passive range of motion. And a good task for you to spot at which side it is.
Oh, goodness me. Right, I'm going to have to look. I'm thinking... That's genuinely difficult, Sebastian. I'm thinking right hip. Am I wrong?
I think you're right.
Oh, you think I'm right? You've got to know the answer to this question.
We can ask Jamie later.
I feel I was set up to fail there with that one.
No.
Right, Kim Rishak on screen.
Another thing
as
is
well.
you cannot bend an artificial hip as far as the natural one. That's basically the limitation you have there.
Right.
And so you can see it in his climbing that he always steps up very high with his left and not with his right foot.
Okay. Well, I think maybe I got it right. We'll find out in a minute.
Yeah.
But it just shows, what a powerful man to get through
and
that
it's
as
a
well.
good example for you. Really have to look closely and to know where an impairment is coming from. And it's there, no doubt about it.
I think we've got Christiane over on the left. No. Nope. Sorry, my bad.
This should be Marina Diaz.
Oh, yes, it's Marina Diaz.
From Team Brazil.
And the
we're
Brazilian.
having very low contrast on our screen, by the way. That's why we're struggling sometimes to see.
Oh, we got a fall there from Jamie. Plummets down into our shot. Looking down at his hands there. I have a feeling sweat and humidity might be playing a part. But yes, Marina Diaz underway from Brazil. I didn't manage to catch up with her in Brazil. I'm really sad I didn't. I would have loved to have seen where she trains and climbs there. And over on the right-hand side, Kim as well, making good progress on this yellow and black section. Coming into the blues higher up before traversing across. And Sebastian, should we have... Well, this round of athletes go, and then we're going to swap you out, because I know Jamie's going to be coming in here later on as well. We've got a packed schedule here. But you might have to come and join me again, Sebastian. Just keep your phone on, okay? Because you can't leave me alone in this position. I need your expertise. We see Kim falling on the right-hand side. He gets lowered back down to the floor.
Yeah, and we were talking before from Andres Hiller from Team Netherlands. We unfortunately appointed him Team Norway. So we just got wrong in our lines here in our starting list, so apologies for that. Meanwhile, on the list, Marina Diaz underway, managed to traverse. Now in this little dihedral section.
Yeah, Marina doing very well. A technical climber. She brings that left hand up through to the red slopers up above her head. Gets steep from here on, and no more ledges to stand on, so she is in uncharted territory. She gets going. Now, Sebastian, wearing a helmet down there, this is something I know you do. We don't tend to see it so much in able-bodied competitions. I guess this is just one of those things you just sometimes don't want to hit your head in any way, even with that top rope setup.
Exactly. So Bastien Thomas on the men's RP3 final route, you see in the midsection, he had a severe car accident and brain injuries. That's why he has absolutely avoid any further shocks to his head. So that's why he's always climbing with a helmet. I also do, just to be sure that I will not get mixed up or get bruises from the double top rope system. I did in the past already, and the helmet is a very easy way to avoid that. Also, for example, if there's lots of 3D big volumes, as I cannot move my head and the whole backbone, it frees my head with a helmet because I don't have in my mind like take care on where you just go with your head. I just go for it.
Right, we've got our split screen set up here.
Bastien Thomas on the right and Marina Diaz on the left.
Now, Bastien, probably one of the favourites on paper here, certainly. Very, very experienced.
But we have 3 others to come in this sport class, so he has to really make some good progress on this route to get a chance for the podium. We saw Jamie Barndrecht already on the route. We saw Luke Jamieson getting a rather early fall on that route. Remember, it's the hardest one we have here on the wall. And we lose Bastien.
Right, so I said he was one of the favourites on paper. He might not have done enough there. We're going to have to wait and see with 3 to go. We're going to wait for Marina to come down. Then we're going to swap you out, Sebastian, and let you go and enjoy a bit of this Innsbruck atmosphere.
I will.
But right now, Marina, then she falls. Right, good showing for Marina. Right, Sebastian, we're going to swap you around now because I know we've got a busy schedule of athletes coming through, and we'll bring in Anita, who's been waiting patiently. Thank you so much. We'll see you in a sec. Right, so I am joined by Anita in the commentary box from Team GB. Anita, while we're watching Corby and Frank here underway, Sebastian's teammates, just tell us a little bit about yourself and your category that you're in.
I'm actually in RP3. We've actually got Marina and everybody climbing on the left-hand side. Marina actually has multiple sclerosis like me, and obviously the heat does play a part. And then we've got another person called Laura from the German team coming out shortly with MS.
Okay.
And then we've got Nat, who basically has a load of back screws and bolts all the way down the inside of her body, going right down to her scrotum.
Okay.
Or completely. But yeah, we have limited power and we have limited strength.
All right, well, thank you for the lowdown on that. And of course, as we're watching Corby in here come up into the yellow and black section, wrapping his way around. It's steep here, isn't it, Anita?
Yeah, it's very overhanging there, but Corbinian is
I think that right hand fired off.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it slipped a bit.
Oh, the heat certainly playing a part. Corbin comes down. Just 1 to go. Alias Potier on the far right-hand side. And then I think we have Christina, sorry. Just tell us about her a little bit.
Christina is really tall. That's the biggest thing I can sort of say. She's from Holland and she has some kind of cerebral palsy in one of her ankles and one of her arms. So although we're the least impaired, it does actually affect how I believe it's her left hand moves and how she can pull hard on it.
And then on our main screen, Igor, I shared a gym with this man in Brazil. We had a boulder session together, and let me just tell you, he is ridiculously strong. Very good campuser, but he's having to fight here. I was chatting to him in ISO. He said the conditions are like Brazil, so he's used to it.
Yeah, I had a word with some of the Brazilians, and they were like, "It's not really that hot."
No. Exactly, so they're coping well, but can he put it together on the day? I'll split screen as Christina works her way through, deciding to sort of do this sort of squat down method.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good idea to sort of take as much rest off your hands as you can. If Christina can hold this, then obviously she wants to rest and get some back of the strength in her arms. And obviously if she's struggling with her leg, then she's going to push as much as she can to get over to the next bit.
Right, so she's working her way through now, out onto the right, this press, this chimney-style section we love to see. And meanwhile, Igor works his way into the yellow volumes, big cross-through.
Yeah, it's right in the top of the overhang area. These holds are particularly hot and slippy, but he's quite a cool chap, so hopefully he can use his strength to...
No, Igor, as we say it, commentator's curse there. Feet went, I think he was burning out a little bit as he comes back down to the ground. So, Igor is done. We'll have to wait and see where that leaves him. Meanwhile, Alias Potier from France on the far right begins his finals.
Yeah, he's a lovely chap. He has so much strength, I don't know where he gets it from. Really nice guy, lovely guy to chat to. He really does take his time and make sure that he can climb up the walls.
Yeah, he needs to get to a 34 plus in order to get to provisional gold. So he's got some way to go here.
Which category is he in?
We are men's RP1 we're watching here.
Well, this is an absolutely amazing category. We're going to see it in LA 2028 in the Olympics.
Yeah, look, remind me, is your category in the Olympics in LA?
No, it's not.
Okay.
We basically got RP1, which is the boys that are climbing in the RP1 females. We've got B1 men and B2 females, and then we've actually got AU2 and AL2, which are the boys legless and armless.
Now,
so,
Anita, I'm gonna very briefly kick you out of the commentary box, but only very briefly because we're going to talk to Igor here.
Route, we were expecting for that, but we also saw that like there is a boulder in the made of the root. I feel bad in the beginning of the boulder. I think I almost finished the boulder. It was really powerful. And then I just finished to get the pump.
We saw you burning out a little bit as you brought that right hand through, that big move in the middle, looked very physical.
Yeah, it was like a lot of body work. And
well, we're seeing your route here on stage, on screen. So we have here Camille Collier. Tell us about the bottom of this route here. What kind of holds are they down low?
The beginning is really good hold. They are a little bit like open holds, but it starts to have like some cramps. Like this is the cramp, the next one is a cramp, under clean cramp, another cramp, and then start to be open hands, but super steep, and then just like the root set make your brain work so much.
Yeah.
I was like, cramp, upper hands, and you're still getting pump and steep, and I was like, damn, it's done. It's the best what I could do for now.
Well, it was a pleasure watching you here. We lose Christiane on the left-hand side there as well. She feels like she's done well. She has indeed, and Alice Patuet is fighting. This was a very powerful part when we watched you doing it.
Yeah,
this traverse.
So there's this, this part is super overhang.
Yep.
But the next move, I don't know if you can control. I mean, Camille can maybe, but I couldn't control the swing. I just prefer, I think it's my style, lose the foot, get there, and then back to the wall.
I was saying I climbed with you in Brazil, and you were so strong there, so I was fully expecting you to do that. All right, Igor, thank you so much. I know you want to go and recover and chill. We'll bring Anita back in.
Nice to meet you again.
See you soon, Igor. Have a good one. Right, so Camille working his way through here. Good work from him. I think approaching Igor's point here as well. We are, just to explain to everyone, we're situated behind the wall, and the athletes have to go past us, which is why we keep grabbing them. But look, we lose Camille there. He comes down. And, Anita, it's great to hear the athletes literally speaking in the moment about these routes, isn't it?
I think this is amazing. We should stay here all the time.
All right, so Camille's back on the ground. Aluas is also back on the ground.
luckily everybody's having a chance to take a break. So yeah, if you're watching, please continue to support the sport and make sure that you help everybody and raise awareness for everything that's going on. This is amazing to see the RP1 guys doing so well.
It is, and Alias Patier there, our scoreboard took a while to update. Now it has been 41 plus for him. So he takes the gold medal here in Innsbruck, another one for his collection as well.
Yeah, he's an absolute amazing climber.
He
Here
really
he comes.
is. There he is. He's literally walking by. This is a brilliant position to be in. I don't know where I prefer it. I quite like seeing the wall, but this is fun. And also, the athletes often don't know, so we're the first to tell them, which is a...
Yeah, I'm not sure. Should we tell them
Oh,
or
I mean,
wait for them to find out
I'm fully
themselves?
committing to telling them, to be honest. That's fine, especially if I get into the commentary box. Tadashi Takano. Benjamin I did tell, but I do know him well, so I figured that was all right. Right, Tadashi off the ground then. The final climber for men's RP3 is underway.
He is an absolutely amazing climber. He had some cancer when he was younger, so he has a shorter leg on one side. But just watch the strength that this guy's actually got, going through the crimps and then coming over into the sun and the hot hands on the wall.
Camille is currently leading the way, 39 plus. We just listened to him. Igor Jean in second place, and Jamie Bardek down in provisional bronze. Tadashi, the only one who can alter that podium here. But, you know, experience counts for so much here, and he's got so much of that.
Yeah, and maybe he likes the heat.
True. I don't mind the heat, to be honest. I prefer when I'm doing something in the heat. Sitting in a commentary box right now, I am very sweaty, but, you know, it's okay.
Yeah, he's really good at finding rest, so wherever he can actually find a rest and rest his arms, he will do. So here you can see that he's actually resting.
But he'll want to get out that sunshine as quickly as possible. Big hand movements here, locks in a toe hook. Such a technical climb here as he presses in with that right foot.
Yeah, he's really good with his feet.
And then a big move up with his left hand. So halfway through-ish. Actually, maybe not even halfway through. Maybe a third of the way through here, this route.
Yeah, I reckon about halfway.
Yeah.
Definitely coming into the most steepest part of the wall.
Yeah, he'll take the rest when he can here because, as you said, things get steep and physical after this. So he rests, shakes, face pressed against the wall.
Have you ever met him?
Tadashi, I mean, I spent time with him in a little bit of time with him in Thailand a couple of years ago, but I don't know him well. No, do you?
No, his English is getting good.
Okay,
you should have a chat with him.
Maybe we have him in the commentary box then.
Yeah, we're grabbing him. So he's just coming up to the top now. He's holding on to Sloper. He's right in the top of the head wall now. So he's just resting, chalking up.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's milked that rest for all it's worth, which is smart. Now locks in that left heel. And again, just taking as much weight off his arms as he can do. And then a little bit of a cut loose with that right foot. Gets it back on. But he's approaching the boulder section.
Yeah, this should be good. I'm sure he's got this. Didn't know those were actually green holds on top of that white volume.
Yeah, we can see him now from that shot, right? Those Lynx volumes, as you said, those holds up above him, but he's got to launch left before using them. And this is the chalk up and the throw to come here. Hits it now. Left heel in. Flicks that right hand around, and some adjustments needed here as he bumps again across the street.
Strength, yes.
He's looking good. I'm amazed he can rest this long on this section as well. You know, he is taking these rests, but I wonder if... Oh, he reaches up. Right, we'll have to wait and see where that is going to lead him on the leaderboard in men's RP3. I'm just checking my scoreboard here.
So that was all of the RP3 men. I think we've done all of the RP1 men.
Yes, and according to mine, it means Camille Collier will take the victory for men's RP3. Tadashi falling on 37 plus, just beneath the 39 plus of Camille. So not going to be enough on the day, but that should be a silver medal for him. And then Laura right now for women's.
She likes being called Laura.
Is it a Laura? Fair enough.
She also has MS, climbing in RP3 for women. Coming up to that rest point that Christina had.
Yeah, she's standing now. There is a jib where her right hand is, and this is something the setters went back and forth on. They tried it with no hands. They thought there might have been a step too far, but I think in the future we're going to see some no hand sections.
That's so hard. Like, I can't actually feel my left hand, and I asked Laura, obviously, what her MS was like, and then she squeezed my hand with her right hand, and she can hardly squeeze at all.
Wow. So very little grip. All right. So she is now into the red, doing very well.
Definitely, really, really well. She's quite a strong character. She's recent to paraclimbing. She was recently diagnosed only a few years ago with MS, so she's new to the scene.
New to the scene, and explain exactly, like, you've been new to the scene a while back, maybe, in terms of your experience.
Yeah.
What's it like when you come out here, early days in your comp career?
The whole community is brilliant. And we recently, even only yesterday, we got all the MSs together and we took a lovely photo so we can actually build a community of MSs. But Laura has apparently been climbing 10 years before she was diagnosed with MS, so she was originally competing in the able-bodied side. So she's got phenomenal knowledge in the climbing. She's obviously just getting used to what it's like having MS.
Well, she's down, she'll be lowered back, and I think we'll have a big category change here as we wait for an update. Right, well, the mountains behind this climbing wall, what a beautiful place they are, starting to slip into some shadows here as we approach early evening, but the sun doesn't tend to go away till pretty late on in proceedings here.
So I do believe that we're waiting for Nat Votrup. Sorry, I'm not very...
No, it's fine. We're about to get an updated leaderboard here in a second, so we will be able to find out in a couple of minutes what is going on. Sometimes things are a little bit delayed. But we have many more categories to come over the next few comps. Yeah, go on, Anita, you read out, because we don't have a scoreboard, I don't think, on this one.
Yeah, so Nat's coming out at the moment. What we're finding is that Christina is currently in first with gold. Marianne from Brazil is in second with silver, and Laura from Germany is in third. So let's see what Nat can actually do. So she starts off on the crimpy holds at the bottom.
Yeah, Nat making her way through here into the shadows. It's an interesting sunset up here. The way the sun is moving is actually sort of creating more sunshine on the wall. We saw this a few years ago for the women's lead for the able-bodied competitions, when we had about the first top 6 fell in the first kind of couple of meters.
I was here for that.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
That was one of those comps to I remember it maybe for not the right reasons, but it was certainly interesting to watch.
Definitely. I mean, what's really good is Nat's one of the ones that does multiple sports. So, with our category not actually going into the Olympics at the moment, she's hopefully going to try other sports. I believe it's para swimming and power rowing.
Power rowing?
Yeah, para.
Oh, para. I thought it said power rowing. I thought it was a new type of rowing I hadn't heard of
That'd
before.
be cool, wouldn't it?
That would be cool. I don't know what it would involve, but I feel like it should be a new sport for it. The three of us here in the commentary box, we could create something. Right, Nat sits, looks at the crowd, gives them a little wave. Lovely moment there. As she faces our audience, and then we'll stand back up. It's fairly restful, but it's not one of those positions you want to hang around for too long, because you are still scrunched up. You can't breathe very well in that position.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like a good rest point. There's definitely a big edge on that volume that she stood on. She's really, really powerful and really strong, so hopefully coming through these actual pinches, it's obviously just the angles on the wall, and good footwork will allow her to continue.
By the way, the athletes are queuing for the next round here, and there's a dance party going on for Team USA. I'm not sure that's good warming up, but they are in the isolation area having a dance. Lovely to see. Right, Nat up into the red holds, into the corner of this wall, deep into the shadows now as she brings that left hand through, and she's resting well through this sequence.
Yes.
So just taking a moment to shake out, and all those little shakes, although she's going to need it because she lost her feet there for a second, and maybe a bit more wild than she would have wanted through that.
Yeah, that was a very, very powerful swing and a really, really strong lock-off to be able to move across the wall.
Right, up she comes to the blues now, making progress here as she approaches, and she must be very near the high point right now.
Yeah, she tried a drop knee to try and stabilise and make sure that she could take some angle and weight off her arms, but she's doing really, really well. She's coming up into the head wall now.
Yeah, so a few moves to come. This is where the pinches, I was telling Sebastian, the setters were deviously happy about these pinches up on the wall there. Apparently new to them. Oh, that's a high foot from Nat.
Yeah, she's apparently really flexible, so this should be really good to see.
Yeah, she's looking good here. Toe on. Oh, starts to push. This push when you're tired, though, it's draining. And when you've been, breathing hard throughout the run, a move like that is not easy.
No, she's actually an outdoor instructor and stuff, so she does a lot of climbing out in the States, so I'm sure that she'll be able to rest quite confidently and then be able to move on.
So she is resting here, that left leg hanging in the air, kind of redundant. I understand why she's doing that. And then into these, this is the pinches. I've just overhyped these pinches now. They're just pinches, but the setters were excited.
They don't look too bad. They definitely only look like 10 mil or 1 centimetre.
I think maybe it was just new for them.
Come on.
And we have a little interview with Maragda, the chief setter here. That's coming on tomorrow's World Climbing Club about these routes, so you can check that out.
Is this going to be the first top of this line before we change over?
First top of the day, I think. Oh, not quite, though. Not going to happen. So she tapped the second to last crimps, couldn't quite make it done. Anita's kicking herself in the commentary box because she feels like she's cursed her. You haven't, Anita. It's all right. don't worry. We're all good here. Okay. So let's have a look at the results, apparently, so we can see them in a second. Let's see Nats, but we're pretty sure that she's moved into the top spot with that one. We just need some confirmation here. And Nat is out in front. Not quite with those ones. No, this is women's RP2. Right, so Jasmine Plank, this is from earlier on, takes the victory there, up into the top with 29, way above Emily's 24 plus, and Sarah's 22 plus, and Matoy down at the bottom 20 plus, so all 20s for women's RP2. And in men's RP2, Benjamin Mayforth, we had him in the commentary box, unbelievable from him. He was in tears with us. He didn't realise he'd won it. We told him live on air, and it really was a lovely moment. But he takes the victory over Braden Butler from Team USA, who's down with 49 plus, and then Philip Rozek down in third. And Manny Candon, he was shaking his head as he left the isolation area. Disappointment from him. One of the favourites will have to settle for fourth here in Innsbruck.
Yeah, it's really good for USA getting 2 of the 3 medals.
And then Melissa Ruiz, we said on paper she was the favourite. She does take the victory here, quite a long way ahead of Jackie Stewart in 29 plus. Also on 29 plus, comeback making the difference. Hannah Zook in third, and then Lucy Keyworth down in fourth. 22 plus, earlier fall from her. A little bit of work to do, but still a finals place. And then we just saw her. Nat Varel walks past the commentary box, and she takes the gold medal here. 42 plus, way out in front of Christian. And then Marina Diaz, who was also shaking her head on 35 plus. Laura after that, and then Charlotte down at the bottom on 27 plus. Right. Well, we've had the first couple of categories here. We're going to move into the B categories here, the visually impaired climbers. So we'll see them very soon. And everyone who is watching on YouTube, hello. Welcome for joining us. We have a few co-commentators. We started off with Sebastian, who's just taken my vlogging camera away for a little walk here. We're looking at men's RP1, the lead final here. Aliwas Potier leading the way with a 41 plus over Kim, and Andreas down in third. Corby and Frank in fourth, and Tim, followed by Luke in sixth with a 29 plus from him. Right, presentation of the next category of athletes, and all about the visually impaired climbers here, the B class categories. It's a variety of visual impairments, from absolutely no vision to sort of shapes on the wall is the best way to describe it.
Do you want Seb to come back in so we can...
Yeah, sure. Should we bring him in for a bit? Let's swap you out, Anita. You go take a little breather here. Thank you for joining us. I might see you in a little bit later. Right, we are just arranging another co-commentator here to join us in the box, fresh off the back of a gold medal that she's about to get. But we will talk about that in a sec as we watch the presentation of the athletes. A moment to wave, celebrate with the crowd, all that hard work to get you here. Well, I'm about to be joined by our latest gold medalist here. Nat, congratulations. What a fight from you and a gold medal. Well done.
Thank you. It was stout at the top.
Tell me a little bit about your climb then out there, because it looked tough. We were watching you on the screen, but you got so far up that head wall.
Yeah, it was really creative and like inventive with the movement in the beginning. So like I still had to have my brain on, which is great. But yeah, it was once we got to those 2 macros that were on that volume, it was like.
That's
like now I really have to engage.
I like it when climbers use grunts to describe climbing moves.
I was making those noises up top. I was like, oh god, I'm glad there's not a mic on me right now. I sound.
We should have mic'd you up. This was our failure. And look, tell me, forgive me, I forget. Medals wise, is that your first gold? Or have you got more?
That's my 4th.
4th gold. Sorry. So 4th gold.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you keep the motivation at this point? Like, are you still psyched for the rest of the season? Of course, World Champs is a big one for you.
I mean, I just love climbing. Like, straight up, I just, like, even, like, I mean, I have bad sessions, obviously, where I'm not, like, super stoked to be there and to try hard. And, like, I don't always feel my best, but, like, 90% of my sessions, I'm just, like, I'm stoked to be here. I love climbing. It's, like, my favorite thing to do. So, like, I was sitting back here waiting to go out, and the whole time I was just like, well, I get to climb a great route. Really excited. Doesn't matter how I place. I just get to get on something that's, like, really inventive and cool, and something the route setters work really hard on, and it'll be great no matter what happens because I get to climb.
Well, you do get to climb. We're about to see the start list of the men's B1 category. Sho Aita in the top spot there, definitely the favourite on paper. So Nat, looking ahead here, we've got Seoul, we've got Laval up next. Presumably all your focus is going to be on Seoul now.
Yeah, everything's going to Seoul.
And Seoul, how are you preparing for that? Obviously competitions like this help that build up, but what kind of training are you going to be doing?
I mean, obviously there's the climbing training that everyone does. Not anything super special about it, really. Everyone's kind of doing the same sort of thing. There's no big secret that I have to climbing well or anything. Mainly it's mental. Like I've been working on sports psychology with one of my friends who has a PhD in psychology and is looking to move into working as a sports psychologist. Huh. So I've been working with her, and it's actually been like incredible. There's like a huge difference this season versus last season for me.
That's so interesting to hear you talk about that, because I often think with your level of athletes that everyone is kind of physically in about the same place-ish, barring obvious things. But yeah, it's the mental side you really see coming out. So it's fascinating that that's helped you.
Yeah, so like last year at this comp, like, I mean, every year I've gotten better mentally. Like, every single comp I get better mentally, but last year I was like still back here like jittery and like really nervous to come out for my climb. In the first half of the climb I was like in my head freaking out. This one I got out there and I was just like ready to go.
Well, you were certainly ready to go. Gold medal for you here today. Thank you for coming and joining us. We're just grabbing people as they go
Thank you for having me.
Of course. I mean, if you win a gold medal, you get that seat. It's like guaranteed. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now, best of luck for Seoul. Best of luck for the rest of the season. See you soon.
Yeah.
Right, let's bring Sebastian back into the commentary box as we watch the last few athletes' leaderboards. Lovely to talk to Nat there. Really cool to hear just after her gold medal, so thank you, Nat, for spending your time. Right, it's the final women's B3, Lynn Poston. Sebastian, I know you were listening to that. Super interesting about the sort of the mental coach, the psychological aspect of our sport, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it will. I think it will get even more and more important if the whole starting field will get more and more competitive. It's not just the favorite athlete is clear and predefined. In some sport classes, it might still be the case. But in many, it's shifting, and also, even if it's not just first, it's about the others as well. It will be about, are you going to be in those who have a chance to qualify for LA28 or not? So this will be a big factor coming up.
Yeah, it really will. Well, there's some of our photographers, so I know are on the roof of the climbing stadium here at the Kletterzentrum. But Lena Drapella is our main photographer for the IFSC, and you can see her wonderful photos on the Instagram channel. And she will be here all week as we move into the able-bodied competitions. Remember, Boulder tomorrow and lead after the Boulder comps are done. Right, Sebastian, let's talk a bit about the visually impaired category here, because a different atmosphere is about to settle on our stadium. We're not quite silent anymore, but it's still a little quiet out there.
Yeah, so visually impaired climbers have site guides.
Mm-hmm.
Those site guides give instructions about the routes via Bluetooth headphones. That means they have some kind of noise cancelling inside. That means there may be some background noise, not as in the back where some teams were shouting. Some were using radio systems. So now, as everyone uses Bluetooth or radio-based communication, we don't have the issue with interfering sounds from the outside that much anymore. It's still an early testing phase. Let's see how it turns out.
Yes, but no longer do we have to shout up at the wall like we used to do. We've moved forward, technology-wise.
We do. But still, if a headphone falls down...
Then you rely on shouting.
Exactly.
Yeah. If in doubt, shout it out. That's what I say.
Exactly.
Well, we are waiting right now, and I just want to let you know where we are. So we are behind the wall, as we mentioned. To my left of the commentary box, I am staring into the athletes' isolation. So I will give you a live update of what I'm seeing. We can't get a camera back here. We've got lots of teams trying to stay cool, huddled around fans. Obviously, the chalk is out. The jumpers are off. We've got a few guide dogs lying on the ground, which is the best. Like, there's nothing better than a guide dog at a climbing competition. And the athlete's looking a little bit nervous. Now, in visually impaired climbing, we have a sight guide who stands at the bottom of the wall, giving the instructions. The climber, obviously, on the wall, trying to follow out those instructions. And right now, we're watching shots of the wonderful Innsbruck skyline here, the mountains. I think this is, I don't know where they are. They're behind us? I think that's behind us. I think so, anyway.
Yeah. This should be the shot behind us.
Yeah, so there's some mountains up there.
So we see the first sport classes to come up as women B1 and men B1 climbing at the same time. So again, we have B1, B2, B3. As mentioned before, low number, high impairment. That means our B1 climbers are, let's say, almost completely blind. They have just perception of light, for example, so they can distinguish in between nighttime and daytime, but not more than that. So they rely fully on their intuition, on what they feel, and for sure the instructions from the site guide on the ground.
And we have the B1 category in LA. As I'm saying that, I can't
We
remember.
have men B1 and women's B2 as a Paralympic sport class.
Why? Why do we have B2 compared to B1 for the men?
This is, there are many criteria. Mm-hmm. One of them is also the numbers that you have in the sport class.
Okay.
And those decisions were made in careful considerations of the whole database of the athletes that we know, etc. So it has been inside the Paraclimbing Commission, where I'm still the chair for a couple more weeks before I resign.
Is that it? You're resigning?
Yes.
You're not being. This isn't some kind of coup, though, right? This is your own decision to go.
Yes,
okay.
It's the IFSC has expert commissions, so we have a Paraclimbing Commission, and I was now in this commission for 6 years, also chair of the commission. I guided the whole process towards NA28. I was one of those who filled out the application papers, discussed all the formats that we proposed, etc., behind the scenes. And I think it's now time for someone else to step up to the next step.
But will you be continuing? Have you got your sights on LA? Or is your category not included?
I'm in men's RP1, and this is a Paralympic sport class. Yes, for sure, and I will try to get there for sure.
You are giving it a go?
Yes, I mean, that's... If you're in there, I think it's mandatory to give it a try, no?
I agree with you, man. And when I interviewed our Icelandic athlete yesterday, I asked him, he was like, look, I know I'm not going to get in, but I've got to give it a go. And it is that feeling, isn't it?
You have to try it until someone else says no.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's it.
Well, we are almost underway here for our first round, I think. Do we have two? Yes, we have.
Yes, we have men's B1, B2, B3, and women B1, B2, B3 now following one after each other.
But
so we start with B1.
Two at a time on
yes,
the
we have two at a time. We have always on the left, we have the men's sport class. On the right, we always have women's sport classes. Always start on the same route. So on the right side, we see our first women's starter from Team Switzerland, Laila Grillo, starting in the 60, the easiest routes we have on the Ruhr. She's completely relying on the information she's getting from her site guide. And yeah, Matt, you've tried it before.
I have a long time ago in Briançon. I
Yes.
donned a blindfold and I tried this out, and it was one of the most scary experiences of my entire life. Now,
But you were on top rope.
yeah, it was still terrifying. Like, you cannot, I know this sounds obvious, but you can't see where you're climbing. And the idea that I felt like I was about to step off into it, like nothingness at all times was honestly terrifying. I know I was on the top rope, but still.
It makes then maybe makes a 6B out of a 5A.
Yes, exactly. Right, Sebastian, I'm going to quickly swap you out. We're going to bring a route setter in to have a little chat about the routes that we've been enjoying and watching here. Don't go too far, because we've got no one else lined up, so I need you back,
Okay.
Sebastian.
Yes,
we
I
have got
will
someone
stay
lined up in
nearby.
a bit, but not yet. So, yeah. All right, so let's bring in our route setter now. I'll let him introduce himself to you all as we watch the first categories underway here. We're just swapping things around right now. And we have on the wall, by the way, on the left-hand side, so on the right-hand side, we have Lalia and then Nicolas from France underway. Right. Please tell us who you are, sir.
Hello, my name's Aaron. I'm one of the route setters here for the event. Yep.
And Aaron, you're part of a big team here, obviously. Maragda, I was talking earlier on, the chief route setter here. Tell us about these wonderful routes, because I know you guys have been working for weeks on these things.
We have, yeah. It's been a couple weeks of working here amongst all the other events. We've had Noel Hackle from the U.S., Maragda, obviously, hailing from Spain, and then we had Matthias, who is an Austrian national setter, as well as a gentleman named Gavin from the UK. So we had a nice team, all with a good amount of paraclimbing route setting experience and a lot of route setting experience.
Well, look, tell us a little bit about the route on the left here, because we've got Nicolas on this section here. What kind of holds is he holding on to right now?
Most of those holds are the 360 juggy balls, with some of them vary in positivity, throughout that section. And there's, they're kind of stacked on some volumes here, and there's some positions throughout the route that they'll have to find. Very interesting route, certainly, for the visually impaired categories.
Yeah, it's real interesting. I want to talk to you about the skywalk later on, but right now we'll talk to Leila here on the right-hand side. So what kind of section is she approaching here? She moves from the reds into the yellows and blacks.
This is where I feel like it really starts to turn on the resistance through the route. Let's see here, see if she can get some of the pump out. I will say that, most of the routes you definitely start to get pumped pretty soon, and in finals compared to some of maybe what we had in qualifiers, but we are definitely trying to. We want to see these athletes get high, and want to see them do well, and we think we can really push the athletes here.
Yeah, and pushing the athletes is something we see in able-bodied competition, and it's good to see it in paraclimbing as well.
For sure. Most of the athletes, or the athletes that I've talked to, are really keen for this, and so I know they're, the routes now look different than how they maybe did, 5-10 years ago, and so I'm super grateful for all the.
Oh, we lose Lala on the right-hand side there, falling. And what you said was really sort of the step-up section there.
Yeah. It starts to a lot of tension and body position needed through that section there.
So stepping up these routes like this, and of course, whenever you do this, we're watching it. Nicolas maybe starting to struggle here. That left elbow going up, creeps up. He's approaching the top though.
Yep.
Whenever you push the limits, there are bound to be things that don't work, things that do work. That's part of the process, isn't it?
For sure. We've, the last several years, we've taken some risks. With certain categories and movement. I mean, we've taken risks in all the categories, but every comp we're trying to push it further and show the athletes that they are capable of doing some of these moves that are sometimes, from the ground pretty hard to comprehend, and they find themselves in some pretty unique positions. We've hopefully created some of those situations on the wall. I know for sure. I know you were talking about the ledge one earlier. We've got like this.
Yeah, I love the ledge.
Stressful situation.
Yeah.
And this here, and this part of the route is, I think once you start to pull, now into the sun, which is a lot closer here than where I'm from. is where it really starts to. It's not a lot of comfortable or secure positions. It's very much precise footwork, and yeah, all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, exactly that. But of course, when the visually impaired climbers can't see, all gas is a tricky thing because you can't just go hell for leather, can you? Out there?
Sure, but they are super fit.
Yeah. Oh my! Their endurance is like nothing else.
Yeah.
Their ability, especially with a lock-off move like this. I mean, that left hand on a sloper, he doesn't really know where that right hand is going to.
Right. There is a chip on there, and so I think he's probably trying to decide whether or not to stay on the chip or to make room for the other hand to find
and
the
he
chip.
falls as we say that, so
yes.
he is gone. And we have Tanja underway from Slovenia on the right-hand side. So, Aaron, in terms of the future of paraclimbing here, where do you... I know obviously you can't speak for everyone, but where do you see the sport going in terms of a setting side of things?
Well, we try to find out every comp and test different things. We have myself and the setting crew. Well before the event, we have discussions on, things that have worked. Okay, can we take that further? Can we take this idea further? And every situation is different. You come to a different venue. Innsbruck is a lot steeper than maybe some other venues. So that provides different challenges and creates different opportunities. Certainly with the double rope system and being on top rope, we always have to be mindful of the safety of the athletes and not put giant protruding things out of the wall where we could really create some situations, but like that. But I see it getting more and more complex, and the level I think continues to go up. And I think now that the Olympics has been announced, and certainly the categories that we're fortunate enough to make it into the Olympics, I think the training level will continue to go up, and it's exciting to see. Very exciting to see.
All right, what we're watching here is a lovely top-down shot. Tanja creeping her way through. Aaron, you've used some nasty flat holds through here. Not great in the sweat and the heat.
Agreed. Agreed.
There's a little smile on his face as you
Yeah, they day one climbed in the sun to really give it a feel. It's not my favorite.
Have you got any skin left at this point?
I've been able to recover a little bit, but I tried to climb in the shade as much as I could, but we definitely climbed in the sun, and it feels warmer.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Yeah, I agree with you. The sun is creeping into our commentary box here, and
Yes.
it's certainly starting to get a little bit toasty.
Yeah,
Here?
might have to move it.
Yeah, well, that's actually, I might give you a hand, ask you for a hand with that. in a
For
minute.
sure,
It's
for
the
sure.
big, strong route setter. All right, well, Aaron, let's let you go, because I know you've got a busy day ahead where you'll watch these routes. Thank you so much for joining me here.
Thanks
today.
for having me.
Are we going to see you setting for the rest of the season, or is that?
Yeah, I'll actually be in Seoul. We've got a great crew for Seoul. Got some cool things in store for that. I'm very excited for that event. Looking forward to that. And
Cannot wait to
Noel,
have you.
who is on the crew here, he's going to be in Laval as well.
Wonderful. Well, look, thank you to you and your team. People listening at home, you have no idea the hours that these guys put in behind the scenes working. So thank you so much. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
See you soon. Right, so we're going to leave you with this action. I think we're going to shuffle the commentary box position here because we're dying in the heat, and we will bring Sebastian back in while I go and lift a tent.
So, hello everyone. Meanwhile, we see our visually impaired climbers on the wall. Always nice to get some insights from our route setters. By the way, they start already many days earlier before we actually show up here. So when the athletes normally come to the field of play, routes, the setting is already done for the qualification. And it's up to us. For them, the big part of the work is done. And for them, it's then just to lean back and watch and put the finals on the wall, what they did today in the early morning. Sometimes route setters also work deep into the night. I've heard coffee has a good and a big role in route setter.
Coffee should play a good role in all walks of life, in my opinion. Oh, we got a big fall down on the right-hand side, plummeting down there from Tanja. But up in the mix in terms of the score there. That was good work from her. We will, of course, wait for that scoreboard to be updated. Sometimes we can show you halfway through. Sometimes we'll wait until the end.
So here with Simona Salvanini from Team Italy, also
we have got the scoreboard here on the left. Nicolas, who's leading the way.
So Simona is already also on the field of play for a long, long time now. Many, many years. He's competing for many years and still there. And also his sport class will be one of the Paralympic ones.
So he's one we'll have to keep an eye on over the next few years as we build towards the LA Olympics.
By the way, Simone was one of the very first athletes representatives many, many years ago.
Okay, so he had your job. He was
Yes, I think 6 years earlier or something like that. 4 years earlier.
4 years earlier. Wow, it's amazing to think, isn't it? Our sport moving forward always. All right, well, he has got to work hard here. Those committee days behind him right now. He's a full-time athlete at the moment as he brings the right hand. Just misses that black volley, but now pulling down on it nicely. And he is alone at the moment in the middle of our wall.
So the side guard is giving instructions from the bottom. The side guard is allowed to move around and to get the best view on the wall. They inspect the wall as all the other athletes. 6 minutes observation time they have together. They can go through all the moves, all the holes, and look up the wall to get the last detail.
Oh, and a big fall from him as he approached the head wall as well, burning out there. I just want to shout out Sarah Larcom, who is watching back at home, our vice world champion from the paraclimbing world, who is screaming at her friends on TV, which is fair enough. It's a good way to spend a night. But I don't know what time in the morning it is, Sarah, but I hope you are enjoying the show.
Teams, greetings out to Australia. Nadia Bredice, also from Team Italy, our last starter from the women B1 sport class here on the very right side of the wall, climbing in pure sun. But this climate should be well familiar with that.
Yeah, the wind whistling here. The wind is one good thing for the athletes out there because it does just take a bit of a sting out of that heat.
I think the wall shades the wind a bit because it's...
so they don't get that?
Yes, I think so, because it's coming from our back, the wind.
Oh, I see. Fair enough. Well, take that back. The athletes having to suffer. No,
climbing in pure sun, black volumes with sun on it.
Sebastian, you're making me not want to go climbing. It's so hard, these conditions, but so good to see the athletes crushing it. Such a legendary
But our
area
route
as well.
setters told me in another interview that they try to test the routes in the exact same conditions.
That's what Aaron just said,
that
yeah.
they have on the finals day to expect. So you can be sure that this will work. You will not smear off because it's just too hot.
Absolutely. Well, she's on these flat holes that Aaron was saying, as you were saying, they were testing in the heat. All right, now underway for Spain is Javier Francisco underway on the left-hand side.
Yeah, Javier is also for a long time on the competition scene. His blind dog is always around.
Yeah, I can't see.
He's waiting here behind stage. Yes,
we can actually see. So
yes.
just
I think
to give it a
this is.
context.
By the way, I think this is Nadia's dog there, and the one of Xavier's lying 20 meters.
Oh, I see.
From our.
So we're staring at the guide dogs who are waiting patiently for their owners to return in the isolation tent. Right, on the right-hand side, Nadine is doing very well. The final climber out for women's B1, the only one who can make a difference to the podium. Javier pauses, big bucket up on the right, but I think he's going to have to pop for it, Sebastian. Oh, he's not. He's working his way through. I thought he was setting himself up for a jump there.
And sometimes he just jumps.
We have seen dinos. I remember a few years ago in Salt Lake.
Yes. Yeah, route setters are trying to push the limits, as he said before, like to everywhere you test and experiment a bit to push the limits a bit further and to see what works and what does not. So I've seen things in qualification that we didn't have before, and I think also here in finals. See the traverse move we had before, the ledge, stemming, chimney sections.
Oh, yes.
Something you don't see that often in paraclimbing.
All right, well, two athletes on the wall here, one in the shade, one in the sunshine. Nadine will be climbing as quickly as she can to get out of that sun.
So Nadia now crossing the crossover to the right. Now the route goes back up, getting the instructions from her side guide. They fully rely on them. They just can feel a bit around what they feel with their hand, with their feet. But they really have to trust in the instructions of their side guide. So the side guide must be also a climber who knows how to read a route, how to describe it. And they all use different systems, by the way. So
yeah, and I didn't know that. There's the clock system is the one I know.
Yes.
Where you hand to 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, depending on where
exactly.
you are. But yeah, there are different versions, aren't there?
Yes, I heard there are also other versions where you have like a coordinate system, because the clock system doesn't give it a distance, right? So it can be 10 o'clock, but far away,
yeah.
but it can be quite close.
Huh.
So there's a system, like a coordinate system, where I express the X and Y axis.
Okay.
And I tried to get some of our athletes into it, and also side guys talking about line strap, but so far no one wanted to follow my my invitation.
Hypothesis. Well, we're watching
Yes.
the leaderboard on the left. Francisco is in provisional third. He's looking for 40 to get up to gold, or provisional anyway. We have a certain Show Ita to come.
And Shoaita is a strong competitor.
Oh, yes, he is. Yeah, one of the best in the world. So whatever Francisco does here, he's really going to have to pull out all the stops in order to get this done. And he's pausing at the moment, struggling a little bit perhaps. He brings the right hand up. Look at that shot, really showing you the overhang on this wall.
So reaching up to the left, getting the crimp on this. Good volume there. Now seeing if we can
He's got a cross
match
through.
it, cross through.
I think he was looking to match there for a moment.
Yeah, I was thinking first, but that's not the best hold for it.
No, and he didn't leave himself enough room, but now he is through that sequence. He's got to unwind that right foot, though. That left foot goes very high up. And a big drop knee again. He is the king of drop knees in this round. Unbelievable stuff. I think that's the third I've seen from him. And then squatting down on these red holes. Not a bad run, though, here from Javier.
Not at all. Now reaching up, searching. Where's the next one? The volume is in his way, actually. So now sorting the feet, getting it up right, which is really, really high. Might consider to switch to hook, but just stemming through it.
Right leg shaking a little bit here. Huge lock off required. And he's trying to sit down. And then he falls, and that is him done. We'll have to wait and see where he is on the leaderboard with that one, but I'm not sure if he's going to get that one done. Tricky stuff from him, but he is down. We'll have to wait and see where that leaves him on the leaderboard.
On the right, we now have women's B2 underway. From Team Germany,
You're watching Luisa here right now. As
Luisa Gruber on the way.
All right, so Luisa is reaching up with the left hand here. We've got in men's B1, we've just got one climber to go. We're waiting for him. Okay, so Luisa from Germany, one of three athletes in this cracker, Lisa Le Bon and Snyder Bindara up next. And we can just see Shoaita at the bottom of your screen there, pulling on to begin his route. And Shoaita is an athlete who I sort of presume he's going to win everything. Just because I've never seen someone quite as dominant as him. And he just never lets go.
Exactly. So let's see what he can show us there in this route. If he can put a new high point following all of his competitors. Meanwhile, Luisa on the right, she was quite unhappy with her qualification round because she, original quote, messed up one of the qualification routes. Was happy to get in finals. And won a medal also in Salt Lake, and now really hoping for the next one and not just be the bronze.
Yeah, see if she can upgrade to silver. She did a big stretch out there. Shoaita with the whole foot locked into that big bucket hold. And he will try to rest in this position, horizontal on the wall as he chalks up and shakes out. And then on the right-hand side, she's halfway through at the moment. Working hard, stretches up just about the men's B1 leaderboard on the left-hand side. You can see that clearly now. So Francisco did get up to the top spot, 42, just jumping above Nicolas Moen. So good work from him, but he is really up against it. He didn't top the route, and we've seen Shoaita top a few in his time. So I'll wait and see on that one. And Shoaita, it always to me looks like he's about to fall off. There's something kind of hesitant about the way he climbs, but he just grinds it out. He's always there.
No reason to worry. Something is looking shaky or like desorientated.
That's exactly that. I genuinely start to panic. Maybe I care too much here, but I really get stressed. And he's the one who stresses me an awful lot to show. I'll have to work with him one day.
Yes, it will be also interesting to see now as we have B1, B2, B3 all climbing the same line to see what's the difference in between the sport classes.
Sorry, we have a fall on the right-hand side there. Louisa down on the sky ball things.
And this was pretty high up on the wall. We have those ghost hole with mixed texture there. I think, did we saw someone else that high on this route? The very right one?
Whatever throughout this competition.
I think in this competition, no.
Gosh, I tested my memory there. No,
I
I think that might be a new high point on the route itself, yeah.
Yes.
Alright, Shoaita is doing what Shoaita does, which is look like he's about to fall off. Oh, I love watching this man climb. Up he goes with the right hand. Chalking up. Yeah, when I say, like, he terrifies me, I don't mean that disrespectfully. I just mean it's so entertaining. And yet, you know, as a spectator, you just never quite know where he's at with his climbing.
Exactly. Just touching the foothold to see, like, where it is. Then he brings up the feet. Now searching for the hook. Doesn't find the jib around the corner. Doesn't matter. Just takes it with his lower leg. Switching feet now and searching. And, okay, where's the... Wow. Just crossing through.
Yeah, he is searching, isn't he? He's got to cross that right hand over the top. Now he's found it. It's amazing. I watched him do that. There was the briefest of touch where he worked out where it was. He then chalked up, committed to the move. Super interesting watching him here.
Yes, and such precise way on how he handles it. Because some side guides need to announce the feet. Some just don't because the climber can remember on where the handholds were. They just feel it on their own. And yeah, they go through the road over and over and over and over again to just memorize it as good as possible.
Yeah, they're air climbing back in the isolation area. They're going through all the moves. There's a lot that goes into these comps right now. So, Shoaita, not sure where his time is. He's climbing fairly slowly, as he does. And now, look, Sebastian, is he pumped? Could we possibly see Show pumped here? Surely not.
But it was a really controlled shake.
It was. Flicking that left arm down, now bringing the left leg through. Up he stretches, misses the dish the first time, gets it the second. And I'm pretty sure with this he has moved up.
Oh, no, that's not the direction. Oh, yes, there it is. Leaning over, good. He look there, now switching over. Wow.
Oh, lock off with that right arm. We're about to see a leaderboard, and there it is. So he does move up into the top spot, 47. So it'll be a gold medal. He won't know that yet. And, of course, he'll want to top the route out. Drops back down, goes back up again. Too pumped to rest, I think, here.
I haven't seen that many climbers up there on the wall that high, so come on, Shoaita.
He fights. Linda Le Bon is underway on the right-hand side, another Austrian local. In the crowd, you can hear bubbling away with excitement as she enters the yellow and black section.
We haven't seen a top yet on the route from Shoaita.
We haven't seen any top
so
far.
So, coming closer and closer there, let's see.
Come on, Show. He's like 3 moves. Oh, no! He falls. We wanted
I
to
said
see
it too early.
You did say it.
Sorry,
It's your fault,
Show. It was
Sebastian.
me.
But Shoaita will take another gold medal to add to his vast collection of IFSC golds. And you got, when we think world champs here, you have to put a circle around Shoaita's name.
Oh, yes.
Like, he is surely the favourite. 2 golds already this year. Right, Linda Le Bon, another favourite, potentially. I mean, anyone in this category will take a medal here because obviously there's just 3 athletes, but they want it to be gold, don't they, Sebastian? You want the gold medal to walk away with. And Linda Le Bon would love that. Up she goes with the left. And next up we've got men's B2 onto the stage.
4 climbers there. So, on the right we now see also Paralympic sport class, women's B2. There will be an LA28. And so, pressure's on there to see who has the best shot. Direction of preparing, qualifying, and making it there.
This is the women's B2 lead finalist, 41 plus. Linda Le Bon's target. She won't know that. Ghost holds to come. 360 doing their work. Are they no texture? I can't see the no texture section. Maybe it's there. But this is a big move anyway for Linda Le Bon.
You can see it when you're close to the holes. You know them?
Okay. Because we don't have the lights here, because often we can tell with the light bouncing off
you
it.
can see it, but when you're really close to them, you see it pretty good. But, well, they cannot see it, but they can feel it.
Yeah. All right, so Linda Le Bon locks off their right hand. She's having trouble with this move. She is below. Now, I think that might be a plus awarded for that one.
We have to wait for the judges' result here. It looks, if that was move 41, I would say yes. It was a clear direction into the next hole there, which should award then the plus.
However, we're not entirely sure if that scoreboard is 100% in sync with what the climbers are doing, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. Right, so, yeah, who have we got? We've got men's B2 category, and Motohiro is underway here for Japan. Sebastian, how jealous are you of the Japan team kit? I want one, an awful lot. I know you'd give me a German team kit, but your German team kit is not as nice as the Japanese team.
I have an old Japanese one.
Do you? Yeah, but I like the new colours. I want the new season's colours here.
Yeah,
Can't be having old threads.
Yeah, it's a tradition to ask.
I think a lot of people are going to be asking the Japanese team for those.
Oh, yes.
And apparently they only have one per athlete, so you can't give it away mid-season.
Exactly, yes.
Right.
Some teams have more than others.
Yes, exactly. The distribution of resources within climbing. That's the polite way to put it. Right, Motohiro is doing okay at the moment. Quite fast climbing for him as he hits the halfway mark on men's B2. 3 to go after him, so it's a contested podium, this one. And he is matching here. So men's B2, not the most severe category, so there'll be some elements of sight, but very, very little. It's shapes, maybe some sort of, as you said, definitions between dark and light.
Well, that's for B1.
Ah, okay, sorry.
For B2 it's even more, so they see also a more fluid climbing style. We'll see if they can beat, by the way, Shoaita's high point from the B1, who has no own vision left. It's also always very interesting to see in comparison, because in theory they have more own vision input that they can then perform to a quicker climbing action, which should result in a better performance in theory. And the thing is, the visual impairment can be very different. It can be either visual field, which is limited, that means the angle you see. Some just see like through a pipe, a little point. Some just see something in the corner of an eye. Some, for example, see nothing in the center, but all around. And it also can be visual acuity. So how sharp is the object you see there? Is it all blurry? And if yes, how blurry it is?
And this, of course, is the job of the classifiers to make these decisions on what categories they get into.
Yes. For visually impaired classification, they need to assess experts in the home country and then bring those assessment results to a specific ophthalmologist expert for classification, which will be on site for specific just for specific competition. Those are non-climbers that classifiers who classify on all power sports, and they then do specific tests to confirm that those assessments are correct.
Okay, well, we're watching here Sinaida on the right-hand side. She's got 33. She's going for the 41 plus of Linda Le Bon's score. And then Motohiro has been on the wall for what feels like a long time in the sunshine as well. He's going to be burning out there. And now makes a move. That was a big committing move there. He took a deep breath, I think, and then rocked right over on that left-hand side.
I'm not sure what happened with Luisa Grube's scoring, because now it says 25 before something with 40. Maybe it was a judge decision. I don't know. We'll see it later.
Yes, I might have been. Let me see if I can tell you here. Hang on.
Because she was also in that region with the texture holes where.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard anything from the judges. But anyway, Motohiro falls on the left-hand side, and we are left just with Sinaida on the right-hand side, who is all wrapped up underneath these balls at the moment, and she tries to figure out a sequence. And this might be a high point on this route again.
Trying to get it, just jumping in the direction, but not quite reaching it. But what a performance from her. She can be so happy with that.
I think that's a gold medal, isn't it? I think we'll
Should
have to
be,
wait
yes.
for that score to be updated, but yeah, I'm
So
pretty sure.
Zenaida back on the ground, happy, smiling.
And greeted by her sight guide, a lovely moment there. Both athletes done. So that's it for that. We will see a scoreboard for women's B2 in a couple of minutes, I'm hoping. All right, so the athletes run off. Zenaida there. And look down on the left-hand side of your screen. Look at the celebrations going on there. The sight guide and athlete hugging on the left-hand side. And there is confirmation, 44. So she does take that gold medal over Linda Le Bon, pushing the Austrian favourite down to second, Louise in fourth. I love that reaction, Sebastian. That was so cool to see.
Well, yeah, that's so it for women B2 on the far right side. Now we see the next climber from Spain, men's B2, Guillermo Pellegrin Gomez.
Yeah, there is Guillermo.
Guided by Victor, coach from Team Spain.
Yeah, Guillermo is a very, very strong athlete, has potential here to take this. Wait and see. Team Romania is the only ones left in the isolation right now. We'll see them in a couple of minutes. And Guillermo, look at this. Good work so far. I think, you know, it's one of those things with the sight guide is part of it is instructing your athlete when they can move fast as well. Because, you know, this is an easier section if you commit to the moves.
Exactly. And Guillermo has a very powerful climbing style. He likes to push through and go fast when he can. On the right,
by the way, Zenaida, Zenaida is literally acting out the moves back over on the right-hand side. Sebastian, do you think I could be cheeky? Do you think you go and find her and see if she'll come in to the commentary box?
Yeah, we can
Would
try.
you mind? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but you
will go and
do
give it a
your
try.
work. Yeah, go give it a try. Let's see if we can get her into the commentary box. It would be great to have her. Sebastian is making his way across. Right, we stick then with Elsa on the right-hand side of your screen. She puts in a right drop knee, and then on the left-hand side, Guillermo, as we said, and Lisa locks away, moves over to the right. And this is interesting work here. All right, well, we are going to get Zenaida into the commentary box. With us right now, we are watching Elsa here as she makes a big move up with the right hand onto the volume up above her head. Good work as she creeps through. And we have someone very excited about to come into the commentary box here. We're going to put a microphone on her head here. If you don't mind me doing that, there we go. Right, tell us who you are and tell us what you've just done.
My name is Zenaida Biandera, and I just got a gold medal in Innsbruck.
You got a gold medal in Innsbruck. It was unbelievable to see you. Obviously, super emotional, very excited right now. And your sight guide as well. Can you give her name too?
Angelina. How do you pronounce your last name? Scherer? Yeah.
Well, Angelina is going to be watching right now. So now we're also going to talk about Elsa, who's on screen right now. So we're watching Elsa climb. Just tell us about you, though, while we do this. Because talk to me about the route that you did. How hard was it?
I would say it's one of those routes that's like super position dependent. Mm-hmm. And there's lots of opportunity to make the holds better than they are. But in that one or two moves, they were like almost in static positions that you then had to make dynamic, which I think is for the blind folk sometimes difficult because you have to really like identify the location that you're moving to. And I think at first, especially as I was reaching for that blue side pull, it's so round from how low you are underneath it to actually identify which hold on the route it is, even if as you were reading it beforehand, you knew this is going to be the difficult move. But as it wasn't until I grabbed it that I actually understood which hold it was.
I just want to explain to everyone, you're out of breath because you've literally just come off the wall. We've just been grabbing people and we've seen them, so thank you for doing this. Right now, we're just sticking with Elsa here, who's chalking up as she approaches the Sky Blue 360 holds up there. Can you tell me a little bit about the relationship between sight guide and athlete here?
Yes.
Because it's an important one, isn't it?
Yes. So in this moment, she's probably getting direction from her sight guide saying, like, it is a little bit further. Don't worry, it is the good one that we talked about. But yes, there she got it. And so her sight guide's now probably directing, like, okay, your feet are out to the left, or remember we discussed, like, this is where you're going to cross through with your right hand. And she might be looking for that right hand. Yeah, there you can see she's like, okay, I can't remember if there's a foot there. And she's pulling through, and she's just struggling to reach for that next hold. And that crimp is good. And yes, she got it.
So she's into the dish, use that intermediate one with the left hand. So memory is a big part of this as well, isn't it?
Incredibly so. So as you're like in the moment, you see the holds from a distance, but then, like I said, you have to remember kind of the sequence because it's not going to look the same way you thought it would, and you have to visualize ahead of time exactly how your body's going to move once you grab it.
And in terms of your impairment, how much can you see out on the wall? What vision have you got that you can use?
So it is clear in the center. It's about 5 degrees of vision. But really, in the moment, it does get worse because your heart rate is increased. And so it narrows even more. And sometimes I just see like blue or yellow or the wall.
Okay.
And sometimes like, okay, I can see like where the crimp is good because of the contrast. Okay. And that really depends between me and other climbers what their visual condition is.
It's fascinating hearing it. It's so good to hear your first-hand experience. For Mia here on the left-hand side, making his way up. Look, I know you want to go celebrate with your team, and I've taken far too much of your time already, but look, thank you for joining me in the commentary box.
Absolutely.
And congratulations on that gold medal.
My gosh.
Gold medal in Innsbruck. I'm so happy for you.
It feels extra special because Angelina here is from Innsbruck.
Yes. Oh, really? You're a local Angelina. Okay.
And so it was last year she and I teamed up. I didn't have a collar, and through work we teamed up. And she's not only been my sight guide on the wall, but she's been my coach as we're preparing for the competition. So it's been just really special, not just to get the gold medal, but to get the gold medal for the both of us while we're here.
And you both absolutely deserve it. Congratulations to your victory here today. Enjoy that podium later on, and I hope the champagne will be flowing later on.
For sure.
See you later, ladies. Thank you so
thank
much.
you.
Right, we're sticking with Fumia here as he makes his way through. Good work, chasing a 40 up on the screen there. And we are literally, those ladies just cannot keep still. They are running around. It's so cool to see it, Sebastian.
And you noticed Sonaida still has her climbing shoes on.
Oh, she does? I didn't notice that.
It's
Sonaida
even
literally
closed,
has her shoes on.
but the chalk bag was closed.
Unbelievable. That's the kind of
that's the style. You came off the wall and you get grabbed and pulled into the commentary box.
It's what we like to see.
It's a premium, let's say, position here for the
It
commentary box.
turns out it is.
No one can hide from us here.
No, exactly. I have to come. You know, we just smile at them nicely. Right, Fumia is working hard now. He hits the side pull, hits the bigger side pull with the right hand, works his way around. And you can see the entrance gate to the stadium down on the left, that blue arch greets everyone who enters our arena here. Fumia crosses through, hits the right hand. Good work from him. Big left foot kick as he moves into position.
So it's the only climber now on the wall. No, we have on the right.
We've got Phoebe here from the USA underway on the right-hand side with a heel hook in.
Just getting oriented here in the flow of athletes on the wall.
I know. It's honestly quite difficult to keep track of. We're trying our best for you at home. And thank you to Obsess, who are running the camera shots here, doing a good job. And our director, very experienced in the box, doing the work. So thank you, sir. Right, big move up with the left-hand side. Phoebe Barkan on the right-hand side as she enters the yellow and black volumes up ahead. Did you see, I don't know if you saw, Sebastian, Kailas, who are on the right-hand side, both screens there, they've re-signed with us, so we get to wear more Kailas gear. I'm sporting my polo shirt now, which is just one of the best pieces of clothing, so I'm happy to be able to wear those for another year. And then on the left-hand side, Fumia making his way up onto the big slopey holds. It's hard with open hand grips when you're pumped and tired.
Oh yeah, it is. But he's still looking comfortable. Reaching out for the next one, finding it on the very left, crossing through, now trying to match. The match doesn't seem that comfortable. Now trying to reorientate with the left foot and trying to get it. Now moving over, and we lose him there.
He goes. Now, I'm being told, by the way, that we are going to get a rerun of Giel because of the rope. Not entirely sure what that means, but I presume the top rope wasn't in the right position.
Maybe?
Yeah,
okay,
maybe.
we'll see. So it looks like a technical incident. In this case, that means the athlete gets a chance to get a rerun.
Yeah, so there'll be a rerun of that one.
So there's a defined rest time you get before the rerun. We'll see if they will follow
Oh, and a big
sequence.
fall there. She snatched for that right hand, dropped it, couldn't quite get it.
So by the way, Snyder and her side guide forgot the Bluetooth headsets in our commentary box. So if someone might search for them.
Oh, she's back.
Oh, they're
She's
just
got
back.
the headsets.
Right, perfect.
We're about to steal them and have our way.
So-
All right, next athlete. So, and Team Romania. Now, I want to tell a little story about Team Romania because I was in the USA gym in Salt Lake.
Okay.
The entire team was climbing as much. I've never seen a team spend longer in the gym. They had to throw them out of the gym because they'd shut the gym so the athletes couldn't see the routes. They were still climbing. Even when they were thrown out, they had to be kind of booted out the back door. These guys are just obsessed. It's so cool to see.
So that's what they do now.
Oh, and we've got a little bit of an issue there with the Bluetooth.
Pointing at the headset, like maybe cannot hear.
Maybe not. Looks okay.
Maybe it just was switched off.
Yeah, be good with it.
So
we have Razavan Nerdu.
Last starter. Razvan is also one of our legends, always in the favorite position.
Yeah, he has to be. I mean, he is the favourite in terms of medals here. And he is underway as he bridges his way up through this corner feature of the Innsbruck wall. Onto the slopers. Hits the right hand.
So we see the ranking here. Razvan has to at least get to 48 or 47 plus to get the gold medal. Another one to his big collection that he already has.
Yeah, and Fumia had a heck of a performance there. 47 plus is almost unbeatable. There's a slither of a chance here if he can get his way to the top of the wall. Of course, if they both got to the top of the wall, countback would have been the same. So he would have, Razavan would have taken the victory here. But I'm saying he's going to top this out. There's a long way to go here on this route. Lots of climbing ahead.
So Razvan also doing, aside the artificial wall climbing, by the way, mountaineering and also alpine adventures. So Team Romania is not just on climbing gyms, they are also on other types of adventures around the world. And Razvan, our big favorite here, looking to have a solid rest there. Now moving on slowly, trying to orient around.
Yeah, he's locking off that left. Well, not locking off. Lock off the fingers on that left hand. Pausing though for a moment. I think he's trying to work his left foot into a better position.
Or
That
maybe
was right.
waiting for complex instructions. We don't know. We'd love to have the side guide instructions on live stream.
We would.
So like,
I've been pushing for it for a long time. There was a moment it was going to happen, and then there were some technical incidences. And of course, language is an issue because we speak in English because it's the international feed. But obviously, we'd have some site guides not speaking English, so we might need a translation as well. So, but
at
yes.
least in some languages, we may have someone in the commentary box who is able to translate, for
True.
example.
That's
So
true.
I remember when we did the World Championships in Moscow, they had microphones who were very capable of picking up the noise, and we could at least hear a little bit of it.
Yeah.
So I'm
It's
hoping,
nice to hear, isn't it?
I'm hoping that one day we can get a bit of that back on the live stream.
I would love that. One day, fingers crossed. Right, Razavan is up onto the real meat of this route now. The overhang is fierce, as you can see.
So his endurance is just incredible. It's so steep and overhanging there, but he's just looking like super relaxed. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, no, I will change the position. Matching. Now the feet.
Yeah, he drops underneath into the undercling. Right arm locked in here. Left foot up. Careful, careful with that left foot. That's our leaderboard, by the way, on the left. Razovan now moves up into the bronze medal position. But remember, Guillermo will go again because of the technical incident with the rope.
But Razovan still needs at least 10 moves to match the current high points according to the current leaderboard. So come on, Razovan. Climbing slowly, very static. Now we have this volume, looks like it's a bit in the way of the moving direction up there. Slowly reaches up, staying with the center of gravity as close as possible to the wall. Getting the feet up. Searching out to the left. Is there something I can grab? No, it's not.
Oh, he's gone really high, isn't he?
Wow.
There was some holds over on the right-hand side.
Yeah, but he just skipped it.
Yeah. I wonder if that was one of those things that, the site guide's saying, hang on a sec, there's a hold, and he's kind of got it anyway, so you think, well, I'll let this run.
I mean, Razvan has vision left, so he could see and decide on his own, but he fully trusts, because there was no, hesitation. He just went right for it without any hesitation or try to do something else.
Right, he
must be 100% sure that this is the move to go. And we lose Razvan.
Oh, he drops that shot. Move. So it's going to be Fumiya who takes the gold medal.
Oh, yes. At least for the moment. Now we see the rerun falling up.
Yes, of course. So that's a good point. Sorry, Sebastian. Yes, so we do have our Spanish athletes climb again. However, Fumiya's 47 plus is an enormous score. But if he climbs again, Guillermo, he will have an understanding of the route here.
He will have a way better understanding and memory of the route because he already did it. But the pump of the
he
previous
will get a chance
try
to rest.
Is still there. It's just a couple of minutes. I think, assuming he gave everything he had, the question is how fast can you recover within 10 minutes?
That's a lovely shot, isn't it, as the Romanian athletes walk off the stage, arm in arm. Right, Guillermo is straight away on. So this is the athlete. There was a technical incident, an appeal about the rope that was in an incorrect position, some kind of a belaying issue there. So he will go again. And then I think we have Team Romania back in action on the far right-hand side as well, which is... Nope, we don't. Oh, yes, we do. I think we have Vienna, which I can never pronounce her name. Maybe not. Maybe I've got the list wrong here.
Well, we'll wait for a second.
We'll see the close-up in a minute. There's Guillermo, anyway, in the meantime. Yeah, I didn't catch it, or I missed it on the broadcast, exactly what was wrong with that rope. So we'll have to wait and see for that. But it is complex. When you get basically two belayers belaying,
yeah,
things can go wrong.
The double top rope system is there for the simple reason that wall is so overhanging. The mid section here is 10 meter overhang. So if you fall on the, let's say, very first moves and you just have one top rope from the very end, the top of the wall, and you fall out of the wall, you get a big swing, and you will for sure touch the ground with your back.
Definitely trying to avoid that, hey? Yeah, so it is Ioana underway here.
Ionela Dragan from Team Romania underway on the women's B3 final. On the right, 60 plus 60 route.
Just Lynn Poston to go on that route. Yes, I wonder what's going to win, memory or pump for Guillermo. Can he upgrade that score? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, first of all, endurance should not be that much an issue for them. But
True.
The question is how fast can you recover? Because I think from the training perspective, normally you take way longer rest in between tries.
Well, we saw this back in Wujiang, if you can remember that far back. The Japanese team, and who it was literally escapes me right now, but he had to climb again due to a technical incident and did better. So if we're going to take that as a benchmark...
The muscle memory power.
Exactly. And, as you said, the endurance isn't so much of a problem. You can recover quickly. So it'll be very interesting here to see if he can go higher.
If you're new to the system and new to paraclimbing, you want to try as well, getting used to double top rope system is very important because you can easily get tangled up with the lower anchor there, which prevents you from big swings and falls in the very beginning of the rope, in the beginning of the route, in order to sort out and to get used to the feeling that one rope is coming from the top and the other you have to pull actually up, which is coming from the bottom. And you have to sort it with your feet that you're not getting tangled in there somehow. This is, I would say, something you can get used to quite quickly, but you have to at least try it. Strong recommendation, try it for the first time, not in competition.
Yes.
You need 2 belayers and a good setup as well. It's not just used in big overhangs, sometimes also in traverses.
And that's hard to train as well, because it's not necessarily easy to find that setup all the time.
No, you have to put it up in a gym just for specific this need. And it's possible. Big recommendation, try it before the competition, if you've never done it before.
All right, well, we are watching Guillermo going again, and our penultimate athlete out here on the right-hand side from Romania. Working hard as she works her way up. Big cross through with the left hand. Hits the pinchy crimp and goes up with the right again. Good work from her.
So Guillermo now in the traverse, trying to find his way out to the left.
So he was on, I think that's, big splits move from him. I'm not sure if that's his previous score.
Feet
wow.
higher than the hands. That's
So
something
much
new we
flexibility.
see here. Not sure if this is a dead end. Reaching out with his hands to the feet. Can he get off the feet without falling off? Wow!
Well, I don't know if that was planned or not, but I think he climbed himself into a bit of a dead end with that one. It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, I reckon it felt really good at the time, and then you realise you have to move left, and it's pretty hard.
I think it could have worked if you would have had the foot at the outside, not the inside.
And Iona leaves the stage there as Romania come off. We'll have to wait and see that scoreboard. Lynn Poston to come for women's B3. Well, there's our crowd who are enjoying the spectacle here in the stadium. A really fun crowd, and it will grow throughout the week as we progress through the IFSC side of competitions. Guillermo there holding his left arm. I think it was a very awkward position you got yourself stuck into on that.
So now we're going to see on the left route the men B3 sport class in a couple of minutes. As Guillermo just left the stage, last climber from men B2, who just did the rerun due to technical incident. And here we see the scoreboard for the women's B3 final. First place goes to Team USA, score of 50 plus for a very good performance. And here we see.
Yeah, so we are watching Lynn Poston underway.
So still to see if she can match the current high point of 50 plus.
She won that gold in Salt Lake City. It was impressive from her. So can she repeat it again here?
Very, very fast climbing style.
Yeah, I was about to say, look at the rapidness of the what she's doing here. Very
So
impressive stuff.
before I was explaining, it's about the visual acuity, the visual field, but it's also about the visual processing capability. That means how fast are you able to process what you see. So to get the information from what you see to say, okay, like this is now the next step. So this is also something which is very different in visual impairment, but no possibility to measure it actually.
Okay.
So that's what explains why there might be very different speeds for different athletes. It not necessarily has something to do with experience, knowledge, whatever. It can be just a visually processing capability, which has very different speeds.
Well, Kazuhiro underway on the left-hand side. Lynn Poston speeding her way up through on the right-hand side. We're getting towards the end of the B categories here. And then we'll move on to our final set of categories. And Jamie is back waiting. He's going to join us after this category. Give Sebastian a break. Sebastian, who has done a double shift here. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
I love the fact that whenever I say to you, go and enjoy the competition, you just stay behind me, organising my papers in the commentary box, which is just amazing of you. So thank you so much.
Yeah, that's also a form of enjoying the competition, right?
Well, I hope you, as long as you are enjoying the competition.
I do. But afterwards, the plan is to switch the place.
Okay.
And be on the other stage.
Yes, you should go out there.
Yes, but then I will join the venue MC.
Oh, oh, yes, you have that job as well,
Yes.
don't you? Ah,
Yes.
Okay.
Also being around a bit, helping there with the paperwork because they're doing the medal ceremony, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that's a challenge.
And there it's all about the right speed, having the right information at the right time. They're also having a big challenge to get things sorted. And I'm also there, welcomed every time.
All right, well, last job here with us, Sebastian, as Lynn Poston matching the black volume. Right, up into pockets from now on. You've got to be precise with those hands if you can possibly be. She stretches, not quite from her that time.
Trying to see if she can find the right spot for it, sorting the feet, not quite comfortable there. Now trying a version down below and trying to grab around, and now finding a good spot there. Hooking confident with the left, trying to match, not getting tangled up with the rope there. Choking up.
This is good climb. What is, by the way, hanging off the... Oh, that's the radio. Ah, so that is not going to be helping balance here. So that's the communication device hanging off the back of her harness.
Yeah, it should be supposed to be clipped in the harness somewhere, but as long as it's not falling down.
Well, but you can feel it, you know, when it's swinging.
Yes.
So I wonder if that just upsets her balance ever so slightly. We'll have to wait and see.
Maybe we can catch her.
Yes.
After climbing. She will walk by here.
You can see
Most
there on that
likely.
close-up. Look at that. So that could be an issue here. We'll keep an eye. See what I mean by the swinging around? It's going to be unsettling.
I hope it's not getting unplugged.
Yeah, and that would obviously be another disaster. So she's
Yes.
and she's
Now
fiddling,
trying
ripping
to
off her ears.
And now chalking up again.
Oh no! So Lynn Poston, but then she
Oh,
grabs it. Look
wow.
at this. That's
Just
drama.
Trying to put it back in place at her harness.
I put it.
Or
I
in
think
a
she put it
chalk
in
bag?
the chalk bag.
Well, that's a secure place.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So this just shows her state of mind, you know, calm and collected out there from her. Kazu, by the way, with the left foot up, pushes over it. He's into these nasty slopers in the sun.
So we'll see if we can grab Lynn and get a comment on that and how she felt in that position.
Well, if she wins, yes. If no, I think she might be quite angry in this position.
She doesn't know yet.
No, true.
So she should be in the lead, if I remember correctly.
We fall on the left. Kashihiro going down. He is done. Guaranteed a medal in his category. Just would like it to be gold, obviously. And I think Lynn Poston has recovered here. And she's approaching the high point. 50 plus is the high point. She's on our leaderboard 48 plus, but I think she might be a bit further than that. Score, because he's certainly approaching the top here. There we go, 51. That's been upgraded, so it is a gold medal for her.
Yes, I just want to say we haven't seen anyone up in that part of the route yet, so Lynn, just show us how it works up there.
Big stretch right.
Wow, still on it. She doesn't know really yet. And Katlu is trying to get the foothold with her. Yes! What a precision. Now bumping up with her right, sorting the feet. Come on, Lynn. You can do it. Matching this tiny crimp around the edge of that volume. Chalking up again. Hopefully getting not distracted by the Bluetooth device hanging in that chalk bag.
Yeah, she did so well to deal with that. She's got the gold medal, and I think she is about to top up this route.
Now, in the shade, you see the top hole there. And
that's
it.
Our first top as well, I think, of the afternoon. Fantastic stuff.
What
from Lynn
a
Poston.
performance.
She is done. Unbelievable. And she comes down and celebrates there. Sebastian is already, by the way, moving in his seat, trying to possibly go and find her. Yeah, exactly. Great mind, Sebastian. Right, you go do that. Maybe give her a moment to recover, and then we can go and see her. All right. So Lynn might come and join us in a couple of minutes, but we still have the next category of athletes to come. Well, Sebastian is organising things behind the scenes here.
Yes, so trying to get Jamie Barndrecht to catch Lynn Poston for a statement on the live stream. She should come around here in a few moments. So meanwhile, we have Andre Roux on the men B3 final route. Getting comfortable, settled in the first move of this route, now crossing over the big volume there.
Yeah, right hand match, moves the hands through, brings the right foot up, hits the right hand into the first of the good holds and that section. All right, so Danielle, we haven't got too many to go now, just 2 of the visually impaired category and 2 Romanians to finish things up for us.
Yeah, almost done with the visually impaired climbing.
Yeah, so he is up over the volume that pushes him backwards all the time. Careful stuff as he eyes up the next hold. There he is, scrunched in underneath, trying to get some pressure down on that left foot that's hanging at the moment in the air. Now gets a heel, matches with the right foot. Little adjustments all the time here.
Talking out and taking a moment to look around. Looks like a good rest there. And so we have someone new coming and joining the commentary box.
Yes, we do. Our gold medal roll continues here because we're going to bring Lynn Poston into the commentary box. Yeah, you sit down there. We're going to put a microphone on your head. There you go. And I'm going to put you on air. So everything you say now we're going to hear. Lynn, massive congratulations. A gold medal. How are you feeling right now?
I feel great. I'm just really glad. I've trained so hard for this moment. And I'm really grateful for all the people that have supported me and gotten me here. So
tell me about the route that you climbed. How challenging was it out there for you?
It was really challenging. I really liked that top section. There was some challenging stuff. I really liked the challenge for the collar because there were a lot of spots where I couldn't see the hold and I had to just trust my collar. And I think it was a really good route because it not only tested the climber, but it tested the relationship between the climber and the collar and the trust that they had.
You had a wonderful move at the top where you swung your right foot over, planted it onto a volume. I know the caller is telling you that, but there must have been some climbing instinct that came in for you to hit that so precisely.
Yeah, I just kind of, I figured like I'm just going to plant my right foot where I want it, and there's going to be a volume, or there's not going to be. But I figured I could probably smear, because, as a blind climber, I feel like, if you can't find the fold, just smear. So I'm decent at that, and I was just like, well, this is what my body's telling me to do. And at this point, I've been climbing so long that I just know I just need to trust my body, because it's the ultimate guide to what I need to do.
So had you been told there was a volume there? Or
yes.
So you knew it was maybe there, it's just exactly, because you were so precise on that right, on the jib itself.
Nice.
Unbelievable move. And you're the only one to top a route here so far.
Oh, nice.
And that gold medal. Are we going to see you in the world? Sorry, just to interrupt you very quickly, we've just lost Daniel from the wall. He comes down. I think he's going to be in second position with that one. Kazuhiro in the lead, but Cosmin Florin to come. So, yes, are we going to see you in Seoul for the World Champs?
Yes, I'm very excited for that.
Very cool. Well, I cannot wait to see you there. Best of luck with the rest of your training. Oh, yes, sorry. Sebastian is reminding me. Your radio fell out mid-route.
Yeah.
Could you feel it moving around underneath you?
No, but I could hear my signals going in and out, and I knew that when there was weight on between the cord and the actual, walkie-talkie thing itself, I knew a lot of times it was because they were not plugged in, and I was just thinking well, it might have fallen out because I had it clipped onto my harness, but I was there were some parts where I was pretty horizontal, and it could have fallen out. So as I got my truck, I just kind of looked down and was like, oh, yep, I see it. I should not be able to see it. So I was trying to get it back on. And then my caller just told me to put it in my chalk bag.
You seem so calm and collected as well. Was there any element of panic in there?
There was a bit. So when I was getting into that roof section, I don't know if it was just because my headset was so close, pushing up on the wall maybe, but I could not hear my caller in some of that. So sometimes I'd have to ask her to repeat what she said, or just go without her and just try and climb it the best I could on my own. But the part where I'm coming out of it and I'm going to the big lean right, and I was trying to find where that was, and I didn't know where it was, so I just kept trying to go to it, miss, come back, go to it again. I was a bit panicked because I'm like, where the heck is it? I can't hear my caller that well. I can hear fragments, but not sentences. So I'm trying to figure this out, and I'm like, where do I do? Oh. So I just had to keep trying until I found it.
What a story. Look, Lynn, thank you so much. We're going to return to the climbing action right now, but what a gold medal. Cannot wait to see you in Seoul. Congratulations again.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right, well, I love this, bringing athletes in, and really cool to see. And then our final climber on men's B3, Kandoy Kozmin Florin, underway. Romanian athlete number 2. It's Sebastian with us for one last climb before we lose him to the live MC.
Yes, so Jamie just brought our interview partner back to the side guide. And now we've got Jamie who's going to take over the co-commentator position, so always a pleasure to...
Stick with us for one last climber.
Okay.
Let's go to the end of this category, and then we'll say goodbye to you.
Oh, yes.
Right, so Kozmin needs 41 plus to take provisional gold here. Obviously guaranteed a bronze medal.
Kozmin Florin, also Team Romania, super strong. Our Romanian coach is working together day by day with visually impaired, and it uses climbing for theoretical use.
Okay.
And that's why they have a really strong visually impaired climbing community in Romania. And that's what you see here. The result of constant work and engagement. And Kozmin Florin is also one of the very, very, very secure candidates for podium, top position. So qualified best in the qualification round yesterday.
Yeah, now he's having to work though. Gets that right foot on. He must be approaching the high point here. Creeps that right hand up. Over on the left, those beautiful Innsbruck houses, and that's how close to the top he is. So coming close now. Drops down with the left foot, then changes. And Lynn was saying all about instincts to plant that right foot earlier on. And it's good to know that instincts play such a big part in it, you know. And it's sometimes you just trust those climbing gods who are watching on. Right, into the corner. He's looking fresh at the moment, Sebastian. I think we might see a top here.
Oh, yes.
But this last move, I watched the setters test this. They changed it a few times, and it's a brutal move at the top. You got to cross all the way, kind of commit to the lean and the drop in with the left hand.
Maybe try what you can do it statically.
Outrageous.
Wow.
Well, that is our gold medalist, and what a move that was. That lock-off power to be able to hold the right.
Top.
Oh. Right, Sebastian, I know you got to go do your second job of the afternoon, but thank you so much for joining me here today, my friend.
You're welcome.
And we'll see you in Seoul, I hope. Yes? No?
It depends. I don't know yet. We don't know yet from the whole nomination. Decisions have not been made yet. We will learn about it in the next few weeks.
Okay.
Because due to the new sport class setup for the Paralympics, all of the nomination system changed. It's different in each country, and at the moment, I don't know anything.
Okay.
So, fingers crossed. I did my best, and I hope it's enough to be there once again.
Hopefully we can. Fingers crossed. And I'll see you later on, Sebastian. Thank you so much, sir. See you later.
See you.
Right, we are going to bring our next co-commentator in. We'll take a little bit of a pause right now between rounds where we can just have a bit of a breather, and we'll see you in a couple of seconds as we watch the women's B1 lead final results.
Aus dem Klettern ein Paraclimbing. Aber da haben wir jetzt hochbetonierte, erfahrene Weltcup-Artistinnen und Artisten mit dabei. Und wir starten hier in mehreren Kategorien.
Right, so we are looking at we've looked at our winners here. Lynn Poston, we just saw her in the commentary box. First position for her, a gold medal, and just so cool to hear that interview live on air. Right. Our next co-commentator is in the commentary box. Jamie, you've been watching for a while. You've joined me here before.
Yes.
Talk to me about your run earlier on this afternoon.
Hi. Welcome, everyone. Very cool that I can be here. Thank you.
No, it's lovely. I'm going to make that mic a little closer to your face.
Okay.
There we go. That's a bit better.
How was my run? Well, I ended up fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Usually I go for medals. Actually, it was the first time that I didn't make a medal. But I cannot complain because I've been injured for the last 2 months. And I think I had like my first climbing session again 2 weeks ago. So being completely unfit and still ending fourth, yeah, I think I can be satisfied. I was just super pumped. It was just like it was just done. I was there making that move. Like I can try, but I will just not hold it.
I like that way of describing it.
Yeah.
So in terms of your training, are you going to be now building up for World Champs? Is that your goal?
Yes, 100%. I besides me being injured, I also had to get reclassified again.
Okay.
And that's always tricky in my situation because I'm in RP3. So if you don't have enough points for RP3, then you're sort of out.
Well, explain this, because to me, this was always something I struggled to get my head around. Because how can you be classified as one thing and then it changes? So does your impairment sort of alter over time?
Yes, it could. Not necessarily my impairment. My impairment will be the same, but for some athletes it will change over time. But at the same time, also the rules change a little bit. They just are. I think the IFSC is still in the process of refining the whole classification system. So some rules changed, and some rules might have applied to me. So it was just, well, you never know. You never know. It's always scary.
So the rules can change to reclassify athletes depending on a variety of things, not just your own personal impairment.
No, both.
Okay.
Like some people can get better or worse, and they go up or down a category. Only if you're in RP3 like me, if for some reason the rules change in a negative way for me, it's just done.
Right.
I'm not welcome anymore. That doesn't sound that nice. I'm welcome here, but I'm not able to compete anymore.
In that category.
Yeah,
yes.
and then you're just done.
Okay.
And that, you know, if you're like me, like I think, you can see my adaptive climbing style pretty well. But rules are rules, you know. There's always people that are more impaired or less impaired and whatever. So, yeah, but still there are rules, and I don't know. The classifiers do their best, and I think they do a good job. And the good news for me is that I can compete another 2 years.
Exactly, and we will look forward to seeing you on that leaderboard. AU categories and AL categories. Can you give us a little bit of a lowdown about what they involve?
Yeah, the AU is amputation upper, so that means arms. Actually, an AU3, when people get into AU3, they have at least a wrist. And with AU2, they don't have a wrist. I think that's just the clearest way to describe them. And AL is amputation leg. So, and then there's two. AL2 is people with one leg. They can use a prosthetic or they don't. And AL1 are usually people that are wheelchair bound, who can sort of move their legs a bit or not at all, but they have so much muscle impairment, is that the right way of saying it? That they can, if they can use their legs, they can barely stand. You know, so.
Well, thank you for that. Well, watching some big names here being introduced. I sort of feel like the heavy hitters of the paraclimbing world are right now on stage.
Some impressive climbers here.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been climbing outside with a couple. With Kevin, for example. He's really strong.
You're part of Team Norway.
Netherlands.
So Netherlands.
Yes,
Netherlands not known for its outdoor climbing.
No, we're not. Well, we have Jor Verhoeven.
Well, that's true, but he does live in Spain.
No, here he lives in Innsbruck.
Well, a bit of both, I think.
Yeah, no, true. We have, I sometimes make the joke that like this annoying rock you sit on to get your shoes on when you're climbing.
Yes.
We don't even have that.
Very flat country, but great for gyms. Fantastic gym network.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, you've been there, right?
Many times, yeah. I did a competition at the beginning of the season there, a youth competition. It was a lot of fun to be part of. Yeah, and I spent a fair amount of time. I do like it there. Right, the athletes have been introduced. We see Pavitra down on the far left. She was in the men's category in Salt Lake City. Got a medal there.
Got a medal.
Unbelievable,
So cool.
But she's in her own women's category in this competition. That was due to the amount of athletes competing, and obviously the option was you don't compete or you compete with the men. She chose the men and got a medal. What a story that was.
Awesome.
And our audience there who have been filtering in. We've got lots of pro athletes in the house. There's some drinks going on in the background. Not just Red Bull, who are one of the sponsors here, but there's some other refreshments available. And the Kletterzentrum gym where the athletes train.
Yeah, it's super nice. It's great that the shade is coming over the sitting area because it was so hot.
Oh, yes. It was very warm. How did you find the heat out there?
Oh, well, today, you know, you just stay in the shade, and when you climb, you don't worry about it. It's just all the other moments are looking for shade and air conditioning.
Well, the athletes are filtering past us right now. Loads of smiles on their faces. They're saying it's hot on stage. Yeah, very hot apparently out there.
That's something we have to wear. Like.
I see the team jumpers.
Oh man, I was sweating so much.
I see. Yes, I now understand. So all the athletes are coming off, stripping off as they go.
Actually, the IFSC told us that we also had to wear long pants.
Really?
Yeah, but like on the last moment they decided we didn't have to because of the heat. Look at Matte.
I'm glad common sense prevailed on that one.
Yeah, and also it's like, okay, I can change my pants, but there are people that are impaired enough that it's kind of a challenge. So,
Well, I'm glad that was changed. Right, well, the athletes have come through and past us, which means we are minutes away from getting started. Angelina Zeller just rolls past, looking very confident. And it's going to be an interesting one as we look at the starting lists. Here's the men AU3 category. We're going to be swapping out Jamie about halfway through this one and then bringing in someone else for the last part of this competition. Well, Lucy Jarige is a legend of the scene. There she is, lives in Fontainebleau. Sorry, Céline Perrier lives in Fontainebleau. Lucy Jarige, another legend as well. And then Thierry Delerue from France, the top qualifier in men's AL2 category. Some big names in there as well. That's going to be a very hard-fought one. Frederick Leys in second.
Cool, huh? How good he is doing. I know Fraser pretty well. He's Belgium, so we speak the same language, and sometimes we meet up. Actually, we went to the Olympics together to watch the women's finals.
Oh, I didn't know you were there.
Yeah,
oh, no, I did know you were there.
Yeah,
Sorry, I did know.
I
remember you seeing videos of you climbing in Paris.
Yeah. It was, and he's doing really well. Actually, he told me his training secret. He has a kilter board now available.
Can you reveal this secret? Is this?
I don't know. I don't care.
Do it anyway.
Come on. Yeah. It's only free. And he just does 40 moves on 20 degrees, then put it to 25, does 40 moves again, put it on 30, do 30 moves then. Yeah, this guy, he has so much endurance naturally already. And he's making that even more a strong point of him.
And he's got his own kilter board.
No, not his own, but just like around where he lives.
Right, I was about to say, but like that would be a step up in the training game.
Well, if I can make a little bit of self-promotion.
Of course.
I have my own bouldering gyms, 2 actually, Boulderall Valhalla and Boulderall Nirvana. And I actually live in the same building as Boulderall Nirvana, and we have a kilter board, so I have a kilter board.
You have a personal kilter board?
Yeah.
Jamie, I'm incredibly jealous.
Since a couple weeks.
I might kick you out of the commentary
Since a couple of weeks, that I was injured, but for Sayul, I don't have any excuses anymore.
Jamie, you made me green with envy here in the box.
5 minutes from the sea, in a church.
Where's my invite?
You're invited. Here nowhere.
All right, well, we're moments away. Isolation is filled behind the wall. The athletes ready to compete. And there is...
starting with AU... The AU categories.
AU3.
So the amputation upper.
Yeah, so AU2, AU3, and AU3 men. So AU3 women, AU3 men, and AU2 men.
Actually, the AU2 guys outclimbed me yesterday in one of the qualifying routes. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
It's a strong category.
Says something about me or about them, but make up your own mind. But I was very impressed.
Well, the audience is still in the sun, but the wall is in the shade now, and there is a bit of a breeze picking up, which is a relief for the athletes as we come into our evening session here. And the belayers are ready on stage. Oh, no, actually, I'm sorry, I said the wall was in the shade. It isn't at all. In fact, it's in the last bits of the sun, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just because I'm in the shade. I presume everyone's in the shade.
I think we're the most comfortable of everyone right now. For the people who know Innsbruck, we are behind the outdoor wall, just chilling in the shade. And I see some strong climbers coming by.
Yeah, exactly.
Brian.
This is honestly the best position. We get to see all the emotions here.
Personally, I always like to see the difference between Brian, what's his last name? Sorry.
Zazuela.
Zazuela, and Kevin Depka. Because Kevin started climbing with his brother, who has 2 hands, in the Frankenjura, so it's this very outdoorsy, old-school style of climbing. And Brian is the complete opposite. And I, as an old guy, I like them to do well both, but I really appreciate this old-style movement too, and I just like the contest they have together. So
We
well,
love a
it's
bit of rivalry.
something to, well, they're friends, but it's something to look out for.
Okay, right. Our first set of athletes is out. We've got Paula on the left-hand side from Spain, Isaac Rittman in the middle, yes, and then Dominic Geisler on the right-hand side. And that right-hand side route, the hardest one, 7C plus to 8A style grade here.
Yeah, I tried that one. Yeah, it was.
You were on that route, sorry.
I was on route 3.
So tell us about route 3 as he goes here. So starting off, not too bad, or is it brutal?
No, not too bad. The holds are fine. They were like the footholds were a bit odd, but the handholds were fine. And after a while, it got, oh, look, this part, I really love this. I was always hoping for them to make a mental in route 1. But back to my route, I think it was okay. The middle section was a bit more burly, and then it got crimpy again.
Yes, okay, so
you just have to be careful there where, I know his name, but...
sorry, we've got Dominic. Yeah.
Dominic. Just have to be careful, and then you're all right there.
Dominic.
It sort of starts where the wide volume is. You sort of have to catch one move and then do some burly moves.
And there is a tricky boulder problem up high as well.
Yeah, that's where I fell. I was just...
Apparently, I talked to Setters about that. We're talking about the 4 yellow volumes just above the EP logo on a wall. Apparently, you can do that as a paddle move. That was kind of intended, which is pushing things, eh?
Well, yeah. Actually, I would have... For me, it felt like a very classical route. It was technical, but I was hoping for a lâcher or like a weird mental, like route 1 that AU.
The skywalk we're calling it. You walk across with no hand.
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah. We never had stuff like that. Well, in Villars last year, we had sort of an upside down knee bar. That was awesome.
Right, well, cutting loose is Dominic here as he comes up. So you said crimps in the middle here.
Yeah, and this is just open hand. It's pretty juggy, actually. Like, this is something I couldn't do, so...
And couldn't do because of fitness, couldn't do because of impairment.
I made this sort of weird... I have the sort of signature drop knee toe hook I do.
Yeah. Is it right hip or left hip?
Right hip.
See, we had this argument with Sebastian. He asked me to guess, and he didn't know himself. And I guessed correctly, so I'm happy.
I guess you can...
You
right
now
you have
to
right now you have to look at 3 people, so I completely understand. But if you would focus on my climbing, I guess you'll tell.
Yeah, well, I guessed. So, you know,
professional.
This is
a
professional.
Yeah, you're here for a reason.
Apparently so. Right, Isaac is making good work. Just about found that snatch underneath with the right hand, and then unwinds and in. That was a physical sequence, and he can rest on that impairment there on the left arm.
Oh, look how Dominic is climbing. He's getting to my high point, actually.
So he's in the boulder problem, or the paddle move if you want to go for it, which
it's just. I think they should have made it less secure.
I think with
because
all these
there's
things,
like a foothold, and we're not going to paddle there if there's a foothold.
Yeah, I think with all these things you want to give athletes. And Paula falls on the left. She was struggling for a while, as does Dominic. It's all go here. Athlete spiraling down. He falls on the boulder problem, looking down at his skin as well. And then right in the middle of the wall, Isaac
is still
left.
going strong.
Men's AU2. All right, crimps to come.
I had a training camp in Germany with the German team once, and I injured my pinky, like a pulley. So I couldn't climb.
Falling near the top.
And just to have something to do there, I just sort of taped my whole hand. And I climbed with Kevin a lot, who uses his stump to climb, and I used my hand as a stump, and it sort of, I got more appreciation for their style of climbing because they have to like route differently.
Yeah.
And after you've experienced it yourself, you appreciate their climbing more, if that makes sense.
Yes.
It's actually really fun to try. It's really fun to try.
All right. Well, it's interesting.
They
stuff,
sort of have
it?
to like. They go for a hold, then they match it. They go for a hold, and they match it. But depending on where the footholds are, they can or they can't find a position. It makes it really, really interesting.
All right, so our next two, Oriane on the left-hand side from France.
She's relatively new. I've never seen her before. I saw her yesterday, but maybe.
Yeah, we are having lots of new paraclimbers come through.
Man,
the Olympics,
how many
of course. Yeah. There's 200 athletes plus registered for this event.
Crazy.
Unreal, hey?
Crazy. Are one of these? Yeah, AO2 is actually going to the Paralympics.
Right, Eduardo underway for Brazil in the white of Brazil. We've just got two categories at the moment. We're waiting for Bruno to come on the right-hand side, but there is Eduardo, who's underway. Out onto the big juggy holds to start with, and I think it's about speed down low here. Just move through this section. He has done that very quickly.
Looks like a fun route.
Man, I think all these routes look fun. I would love to try this next section on the far left, this walk across the volume.
Yeah, I'm so happy they do stuff like that now.
Yeah, very cool. Right, so
do you ever climb the routes?
That's an interesting question, Jamie. I attempted to this afternoon, but things went a bit wrong on that one. But no is the short answer, mainly because of the timing.
I get that.
Because there are various reasons, but I would love to. I really would love to, and I think it would be interesting to do so to make people realise how hard these routes are.
I think they're hard.
But 7C, 8A routes for paraclimbers for anyone. I mean, I have never climbed an 8A route indoors before, so it's tough. Yeah, and at the moment.
Same for me. For me, they just feel different because I'm used to climbing regular routes.
Yeah.
And the harder the route gets, the more my impairment gets a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because if you have to match a high heel next to my right hand, just impossible, and I have to jump or have to compensate in some sort of way. And all these routes, I don't have to do that as much, so they feel relatively easy for me. Like if this is 7C, 8A, well, no way I would climb this in a couple tries. But in my regular gyms, I would never climb 8A. You know.
Yes, interesting.
So it's a kind of.
But is it comp style?
But maybe if you're a regular climber, you climb your own style, they still feel 7C. I don't know.
Yeah,
and comp style.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it'd be fascinating to see one day. Maybe
they should just.
So.
No. So what are we seeing here?
All right, so all three underway right now.
Oh wow, it's a bit of an early
fall.
fall.
It is an early fall, isn't it?
Oh, he's happy with it.
So Eduardo down. We'll have to wait and see exactly where that's going to start. Where he's going to leave him, sorry.
So the categories on the outside are AU3 categories, so they're just for me, I said just. They are missing fingers, and AU2 is missing like a whole hand and wrist. Here you can tell. And sometimes, I think for AU3, you must miss 6 digits.
Okay, I'm not sure the exact classification of that one. But we're watching Bruno here with that left hand wrapped around, and you can see the difficulty, obviously, without fingers in climbing. Very, very challenging stuff from our athletes. And a different kind of power needed to deal with that.
One of my friends, Moore, who's not here, he actually told me that jugs are a problem for him. He's missing his fingers.
Because you can't wrap.
He's missing all his fingers.
He lost that in a mountaineering accident.
Yeah, exactly. And he says like small crimps feel like jugs to him.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's really funny.
That's so interesting.
Not funny, it's interesting. Yeah.
No, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at, from France here, we're looking at Oriane on the left-hand side, who's making her way through the traverse. And then we're seeing Bruno just about. Oh, yeah, that next section, very, very hard for everyone so far. Jamie, someone next to me who knows?
Yeah, it was all right, but you're just too tired.
Yeah, that pump burning through this wall is very steep here in Innsbruck.
She's getting pumped too. Looking for a stable position.
I think she's trying to get maybe a knee or something in there. That was close. Right, we'll wait to see where that leaves her on the leaderboard. She was second athlete out at 3 in women's AU3. There is Brian in the background.
Watch his style compared to the guy that will climb after him, Kevin. I'm so impressed, man, with all these young guys who can just jump to everything and don't care about their knees or hitting the wall.
Yeah, no fear. Right? Yeah, Brian muscling his way up now. Wraps that stump over. I think the impairment below.
This is what I mean.
The elbow there.
So confident.
Yeah, it's a different mentality, isn't it? I mean, Jamie, I'm also probably one of the older people here, so I see the same thing when I climb. You don't want to do some of these jumps. You need bendy bodies.
Especially with bouldering.
Especially with exactly that. And
but see, like what the technique is, like going for a hold, matching it, going for the next hold.
You can learn a lot.
Yeah, and where we have right and left-handed hand holds, it's like all right and a half hand for them.
Right, Brian then has a pause in the middle. High right foot, a moment to breathe, suspended above our audience.
Oh, good shot. I'm so surprised with what they can hold sometimes with the stump.
Yeah, it is amazing. And I've watched them on sort of kilter boards or various training boards, and you know the power is unbelievable. On the far right, we have Bence underway for Hungary. You can see the red of Hungary there. One to come after him. Mason will be up next. And then on the far left-hand side, Rosalie, the final athlete out. Rosalie Shelbert, who must be the favourite here, I think. Rocking up. This is the mantle move you were talking about, the cool mantle to the skywalk move.
I just like it when you walk out to the wall for observation and the root scares you.
You like that?
Yeah, sure.
Are you a strange...
No, of course. Otherwise, it's just about who can hold on the longest.
I think you've got to feel that tingle of anticipation.
Yeah, like, oh, what will I do there? Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, Brian did one of those boosty moves in the middle and now holds the right arm nice and straight as he rests. And then look at the way he scrunches up underneath it to try to shake out the right hand. And Bent's doing well on the right too. He's quite away from the crux. Another big panel of wall to come.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Brian's ability to launch is pretty cool to see.
Do you know? I'm not sure if Kevin is missing his left or right hand. We'll see, we'll see. Brian is climbing with his right.
Rosalie on the traverse, this chimney section done with. She's now got some big wide open grips. Oh, big cut loose from Bence there. Brings the feet back in.
So much action. Come on.
Yeah, it's all go, isn't it? Look at Brian as well, approaching what would be called a head wall on a normal wall. This wall in Innsbruck, a bit different, but he can't quite hold on.
Yeah, that looked just a bit too far. But that's the thing, you know, sometimes when people, their foot slips or something, it's like, oh, only my foot slipped. Yeah, your foot slipped because you were tired.
Yes.
Sometimes you think, oh, this move is far. Or where you're missing a hand, sometimes it really is. But
no, I think you're
you just
right.
Can't reach it because you're tired, you know, you just have to be honest.
I think you know when it's a true dry fire or a true slip, you're like, if not. But having said
I'm not saying anything about Brian here. Okay?
Well, don't get me wrong, this is an excuse I use pretty much every time I go climbing. You know, it's always the walls fault.
Oh, yeah, I use them before I start climbing.
We've got to have a list of them.
Yeah.
Bence has dealt with that footstep though, and he's up towards the crux now. Rosalie.
Cool to see Hungary, by the way. That's the first time I see Hungary.
I was trying to think last time I saw Hungarian athletes, especially in para. Right, big move required from him though. Gets it with the right hand and kicks the right foot to a volume.
Yeah, this is really far to the left.
And Rosalie stretching up. She's squatting on that right leg. Little bit of adjustment needed here. Brings the left hand over. Hard to know where to look, left or right here. Action on all quarters.
Really nice that he's able to rest there. It's something I deal with. When I'm pumped, my brain goes in overdrive and I just want to keep on climbing.
It was once described to me as pump brain,
that's a good
which I
one.
quite like that, yeah.
And this is the move I was just done with. Yeah, he did.
Bence too.
Nice
so that
try.
It might leave him in 32 plus.
Something you can train to put yourself in a situation a lot.
Pump brain, yeah. I think you get better at managing it once you sort of start to see the impending sort of features of it. Oh, G-Force had a high right heel up, couldn't make the rock up work.
Nice climbing of Rosalie.
All right, and then already underway after Brian is Kevin. Right, so you were saying the difference in styles will be interesting.
Yes.
So Kevin old school.
Yes.
Brian new school.
Very secure, you know, like an outdoor climber. He leads and he climbs, and he has I think I can tell this story. He has a twin brother, and yeah, he came out with one hand and his brother didn't. But because he just wanted to keep up with his brother, he just tried just as hard. And they started climbing together during a vacation or something, if I remember correctly. And then they went outside climbing in the Frankenjura, so they really got this sort of outdoorsy, controlled style of climbing.
Yeah,
and you can tell, you know.
Yeah, you can. The way he locks everything off as well.
Exactly. Like everything is secure.
And it's going to work up until the crux. Then he might need to cut loose a bit. And I mean, in terms of style, rather than
I think
feet.
he will if he has to,
and maybe feet too.
But he will look for the secure solution.
Well, Brian's leading the way with 48 plus. It's a high point for Kevin to try to get to, but qualified in the top spot for this finals. Matches now, and will chalk up.
Yeah, he's missing the other hand, see? So it's kind of interesting to see because the hands on the right were a bit easier for Brian. I'll be careful with my words here to say which is easier or harder or whatever, but because it counters each other.
I mean, look, inevitably there will be moves that are easier and not. I think the job of the root set is trying to balance it overall and not make impossible moves. And Kevin is standing tall underneath.
Nice. I know that here.
We've got Mason underway for USA, last athlete out on the right.
He did really well in qualifying.
Yeah,
obviously because he's the last one out, but he got very high on the roots.
Yeah, that can make a difference to count back. We've seen it a lot this year in 2025, actually, close scores. And then on the left-hand side, we have we've got new categories. Hang on a sec, I'll just have to catch up with that one.
Then we're going to AU2.
AU2, right? We'll try to find that paperwork underneath. So we have Carolyn underway there.
She doesn't even climb for that long. I know her a little bit.
Okay. How long is not very long?
3 years.
Okay.
If I'm
well, Jamie, look, we're going to do. We'll finish off with Kevin's run and men's AU3, and then we'll bring someone else in here. Awesome. And Kevin is done. I don't think that's going to beat Brian's high point. So that's going to be a gold medal for Brian. I wonder, Jamie, if I could be cheeky, if on your way out you happen to see Brian.
Yes.
If you point him in my direction, that'd be very cool.
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, Jamie, look, we'll say goodbye to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for the invitation to your personal kilter board. I will take you up on that one.
It's next to the sea, you can go surfing. And
sounds wonderful. And we have a whole climbing gym to ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
This could be dangerous, Jamie. This could be
we have a bar there, beer, everything.
Mate, this is definitely going to be dangerous. We'll have to vlog it. Jamie, congratulations on today. We'll see you very soon. Thank you for joining me today. Right, we are going to be joining with another co-commentator. We've had everyone come through our commentary box here today. Lovely to have lots of different opinions, and thank you to everyone who has been joining me. And we're going to be bringing in Isabella into the commentary box. First time in a commentary box as well. So let's bring Isabella in. So Isabella, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I compete in AU2 women. So this is my category up on the wall now. This was the biggest female category in this competition. I think it's the first time we've seen 6 to finals. Wow. It's the only women's category here that was big enough for 6 to finals.
And your impairment, you've got the impairment on your left side.
Yeah.
Can be right or left dependent.
Yes.
And I know this might sound like an obvious question, I'm going to ask it. What kind of challenges does that involve when you're climbing out there? What do you have to deal with?
So a lot of the times, like, there'll be moves that feel like they would favour one side or the other, and we just have to sort of figure it out. So we're really good at getting into awkward, twisty positions, which you'll hopefully see a lot of in the next few climbers.
So it's sort of problem solving when you're out on the wall, and presumably when you're observing these routes, you can sometimes spot those little danger areas and be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we do spot the moves that are going to look interesting.
And Great British climber. I can tell from the accent, which is so good to hear that accent. And you're going for sort of world champs and beyond, or what's your goal for the rest of the season?
My goal for the rest of the season is hopefully compete in the World Championships and then Laval as well in October. My long-term goal is Paralympics. Now we know that AU2 is a Paralympic category.
That's exciting, isn't it? Yeah, good news that came through. Now, falling there from Carolyn, spinning. She tried to bump that left arm over a couple of times, couldn't quite get it. And look at we've just got a category change here. I got lost in lots of names here. We've got Ivan on the wall. Ivan underway here for the men's AL2. So, and then we have on the middle. Sorry about this, everyone. We're slightly behind schedules here. We've got Masako underway in the middle, and there's a wonderful interview, by the way, somewhere on the IFSC channel with this lady that my colleague Richard did, which is well worth reading. Right, so she is underway on the purples. Your category yet to we'll talk about it in a minute, but Carolyn Dunn, 5 to go on that category, big category ahead.
Yeah.
So look, you obviously were climbing yesterday in
Yes.
qualifications. Tell us a little bit about this wall itself. What does it feel to climb on it?
It's so cool to climb on such an epic wall. It's different to other comp walls with the weird angles and everything. Like normally you just go up and then steep and then steeper and then slab. But this is just weird and funky and amazing.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. I like that. Right, Masako into the deep purple volumes here. Enormous holds out on this Innsbruck wall. We have our sponsor logo there. She goes into the true descent section. And the far left-hand side, right, you can keep an eye on this. This is your category as Liv underway here. So, when you're looking at this wall, what kind of challenges will she be facing? Especially with traverses, I would imagine that's pretty difficult to do sometimes.
Traverses are interesting. It'll depend on the direction and how positive the holds are. Like if we can get an elbow over it, then we're pretty solid. But otherwise it can be quite awkward. Also, Liv here, this is her first World Cup ever.
And first finals straight away.
Straight away, first finals. I think she's only the second ever Swedish paraclimber, first to make a finals, I believe. I gave her some liquid chalk before the finals because she didn't have any, and in this heat, you kind of need it.
Oh, sorry, we've got a big fall over on the right-hand side. That's Ivan down and out. Yeah, I mean, look, we can see that wall is in the shade. Although the sting has gone out of the sun a little bit, as it's still warm out there, isn't it? So liquid chalk will be used. And Liv is fighting her way up onto this ledge.
That looks so fun.
Yeah, it's a
such cool route setting here.
It's good, isn't it? Yeah, Maragda and the team behind that. Thank you, guys. And then in the middle here, Masako underneath. You can see the left leg impairment here. Big stretch up, kick with that right leg. Liv is into the chimney section. This looks fun as well, this section.
It looks so cool. I'm so gutted that I didn't quite make it.
How
to this
close
final.
were you to
I was one spot out.
No. That's the worst place to be in, isn't
Yep,
it?
it's my curse.
Yeah.
3 comps in a row.
No worry. Yeah, but that just means you're going to smash it for the World Champs. You've
Hopefully.
done all of this now. It's gone.
Hopefully I'll peak at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. I guarantee it. Okay, well, up and past the chimney into the red volumes now. Searching with the right foot. And then this is where this impairment difficulty comes in. She's underclinging that hold.
I can't tell from here which way round that would be worse.
Left or right, you mean?
Yeah. Because I don't think I'd love having the left over that dual text to come across with the right.
Oh, she's cutting loose. Bit wild on the left-hand side. Ethan Ziltz pulls on the right. He's underway on what is one of the harder routes on the wall here. Into the pinch. A little bit of adjustment. She falls on the left. Liv going down. But what a performance. I mean, PB, obviously, an incredible one.
What a World Cup debut.
Yeah. What a place to do it in Innsbruck as well.
Yeah.
Like, this is the place, isn't it? Apart from maybe World Champs, which is where you're going to get in. So we're fine.
I love the optimism. Hopefully
I'm
you're right.
eternally optimistic. I don't think I am, actually. All right, so crossing in underneath. Ethan, steady so far. Good work from him. Pogoing up. Ooh, but drops back down. Saves it on the crimp. I think that left hand just not as good as he wanted it to be there. And it can be unsettling, that, can't it, when you go up for a move you think is going to be okay and then it isn't as good as you hope it will be.
Yeah.
Sort of throw you for a moment. Right, so Ethan shakes out that left hand, brings the right foot up. underway on the far left of your screen. Isabel from the USA is climbing now. There she makes her way through. And then from Italy, Fima, and then we lose Ethan there, dropping out. I saw the shadow go. And look how good those purple holds look up on the wall.
Yeah, we were talking about those earlier when we were watching other categories, saying you look like you could take a nap in that one.
Yes. I mean, look, that's kind of it, isn't it? I mean, yeah, it's not as deep as it looked there, but you can certainly sort of drop into it. It's kind of interesting to me that more athletes aren't resting there, and I think it's just because it's so low down on the route.
I 100% would be resting there just because you can.
Yeah, I'd shake out too, but most people have moved through that quite quick. Maybe it's more awkward than it looks.
Could be.
Right, coming into the black volumes now. She's got to release that left hand as she does into the side pull and then reaches up with the right. And keep pushing through on this section now. Well, if you are just joining us, we're sort of nearing the last part of our Paraclimbing World Cup here. Just a couple of categories to go before we will say goodbye to you, and to remind everyone that there's lots of action throughout the week here in Innsbruck. The boulder qualification for the able body competition tomorrow, followed by the semi-finals and finals for men and women, and then lead after that at the weekend. So this wall will be reset for that. Firma working her way into the very centre. She falls in the middle as well and waves goodbye to our crowd. I haven't been to look at our crowd yet. What's it like out there in terms of atmosphere?
It's really good. It's super busy around there. It's nice to see that sort of turnout for a para finals.
Yeah.
It's part of the magic of Innsbruck, having all of the comps over the week. Like, everyone's out here anyway, so they go and check out an event they might not have otherwise gone to, and we end up with a really electric crowd.
Yeah, and then they tend to stay. You don't see many people leaving a paraclimbing competition because it's so good when you come. So please come and see one. Oh, we lose over on the left-hand side. Isabel coming down there. Fairly early fall, actually, from
that. I don't think she'll be happy with that.
No, so dropping into our shots, and unfortunate for her.
Yeah, it's really, really unfortunate low fall.
Shuhei for men's AL2. Very dynamic moves here. Quite powerful sequences as he finds the left-hand side pull. And he will make his way towards the right, into the corner of this wall by that Trango logo, another one of our sponsors who provide a lot of the gear. The harnesses are being used right now are from them. The ropes, tote bags and all the rest from Trango. They have a very innovative new rope with a red section on either end to show the climber and the belayer when the rope is coming to an end. Alright, reach up with the right hand as he sits, and then who is that underway on the left? Is
that Lucy?
I think it is Lucy Jarige. Yeah, yes. So Lucy Jarige finishing off women's AL2. Oh no, and another fall just past the crux section there. Right, Lucy underway. Uses a prosthetic in normal life. Doesn't use it for climbing, and occasionally can struggle with some sequences. I saw her in Salt Lake getting a little bit lost, but you know she has won everything there is to win.
Yeah. You'd expect to see her on the top of the podium.
Yeah, and that pressure, you know, it can tell when you're one of the favourites. You know, it can start eating away at you that people expect a certain thing. It takes a real champion to put all that to one side and just perform. She's certainly one of them. A little bit awkward with the rope there, flicks it around her head and then is in a better position, and then she will need 33 plus to jump above Fima, sorry. Get there eventually.
It's the thing with the twin rope system. It's a blessing and a curse, because I would really, really struggle to be competitive if we had to lead, but also getting caught up in that thing is so easy. I've got rope burn on my back from yesterday, from falling off sideways. Totally worth it.
Well, of course, yeah.
got to commit.
You athletes have just got like zero self-preservation that goes on, which I really like to see. And apart from when it goes wrong, and then it's the worst thing ever. But I like the fact that you just go for it all the time.
I mean, you've got to. Like, you're out here, you can't leave anything behind.
No. Very challenging for route setters to try to create safe routes, though, when, they never know what not just paraclimbers, but, able-bodied climbers, everyone is going to do out on the wall, out on the mats. Okay, so Lucy talking to herself. She's actually high up here into the final section of this big Innsbruck wall, looming about 16, 17 metres up above and 10 metres overhanging from bottom to top in the middle. Lucy skips that right leg over. There's Lucy. Easy does it. Chalking up, resting well through the sequence. Those red holds to come. We have not seen many people up towards that. Hard routes from the setters today. Good routes, like good separation.
Yeah, they look super fun, but wow, they look hard.
Are you hanging around in Innsbruck after this to train a bit, or are you heading back?
Unfortunately, we have to head back tomorrow, saving up time off for Korea, hopefully.
Of course, yeah. All right, and then on the right-hand side from Spain is Albert. As he goes through the first section, not too hard, and then on the far left, we have Silhouette from France, I think. No, we don't, sorry. We can't actually see that. I think it's from, can't see quite yet on the left-hand side.
No,
Isabelle.
I think you were right.
Yes, I was right, wasn't I? Silhouette there from France underway. She's done the skywalk. Moving quickly as well.
Yeah, this is also her first World Cup, and straight into finals in a solid position.
Coming from a climbing background or new to the sport?
I have no idea, actually.
Well, all three routes are underway right now as we stick with our wide shot of this wall. Albert coming right, drops those hands down. This isolation area that was packed is emptying out. A few athletes remaining. Lucy Jarige goes. We'll wait and see where that leaves her in the rankings. Silhouette there on the left and Albert on the right, as you can see the names on the screen. We'll wait for an update on where Lucy Jarige was. And there we go. She does take the gold medal. 41 plus. Moves her easily into the lead. Just another gold for her. Unreal. And Ivan falls. So Albert falls on the right-hand side. A little shrug to the crowd. All action here. Silhouette goes as well. So that leaves just 2 to go for women's AU2. Few remaining as we leave the stage. So the Great Britain paraclimbing team, do you guys sort of have a hub in the UK where you train? Are you all over the place? How does it work?
We're spread out all over the country. We have sort of monthly meetups, but they tend to be pretty central in the country, like Sheffield, Manchester, Leeds, which works great for me being based in Sheffield, but not as ideal for some of our teammates.
I used to live in Sheffield. I did my masters there, and it's like just the best place.
Climbing capital of the UK.
It is, deservedly so. You can climb every single day of the year, I reckon, if you're willing to suffer some conditions.
Like 20-minute drive out to some of the best crags.
Yeah, no, agreed. So go and see that. Right, well, our atmospherically there in the shadows, our next athletes get ready to pull on. Lucia Capavilla on the left-hand side, and then Frederick Lays in the middle. Rerouting. He was, I saw him backstage where we are, and he was air climbing back here. So obviously really good memory of the routes. He was planning out certain sequences.
That's super impressive.
Yeah, I forget straight away. Like, I'm not good at that.
I really struggle with that as well.
Yeah. Well, Lucia on the mantle move. Left foot up. Comes into the next hold and an easy stand up for her. And then the skywalk to come. She'll want to get stood up on those feet. There she goes. I think it's one of those holds where it feels quite slopey when you're on it, but it's a pretty good ledge.
Yeah. It's so cool, the things they come up with setting for us.
I agree. And then underway on the right hand side. Frederick's climbing. And then we have, I have no idea on the right hand side, to be honest. I'm trying to find my list of athletes. We have Julia underway for Spain on women's AL1. So there she is on your main screen. There she is from Spain.
So for women's AL1, there's never been enough athletes for the category to run until here. This is the first time they've ever had a standalone final.
It's pretty cool, isn't it? It's truly groundbreaking for them doing this. And, you know, I think with the popularity of paraclimbing, with the Olympics coming through, you know, we're not going to have trouble filling slots, I think.
Yeah, hopefully this is the first of many finals for them.
Yeah, I agreed. So we're watching a bit of history here as Julia is the first athlete to climb in a finals. Women's AL1. She falls quite early. Work to do. Oh, and Frederick goes as well, plummeting down for him. And I think that was a low fall for him too. But in the shadows is Lucia now as she makes her way towards the top of our wall here. Struggling underneath. Can't exactly see the hold she's in here, but trying to make quite a big move over towards the left where some slopers beckon. Brings the right foot in. Pressing with that. Left foot up, left hand up. And she chalks up. Strong from Capavella here. Finds the volume. She'll look forward to pulling up over this angle change. Just a bit of relief on the arms to come. But can she do it? Really fighting. Cracks in the heel. Now finds the right hand. Crowd get behind her. She starts to rock up. But needs to chalk up and reset first. Crosses in. This is so awkward here. And there's a spotlight on the wall as well. That shows how things have come in a couple of hours. Pushes up with the right hand.
Is that a cheeky face jam there?
I think it might be a cheeky face jam. You don't often see that. I'm so glad I got another Brit here who can say cheeky face jam and absolutely get away with it. This is fantastic. Right, so campusing her way through on the right hand side, Andrea Wilson. And remember, this is campusing all the way through this section of wall here. Pavitra will be up next. And this is where the grind starts for our campusers. The angle changes here, it gets more steep, some big reaches. And she is still fighting her way towards the top on the left-hand side. This is going to throw the gauntlet down for Selene Piore, who will be the final athlete out. Keep an eye as well as Terry Delarue in the middle. One in Salt Lake, and Andrea falls on the right-hand side. Oh, Lucia falls on the left. What a battle for her, though.
It was so cool. So strong.
Right, we stick with Terry Delarue. Right foot up, left foot crossing underneath. Finds the left hand. Quick work into these what's described to me as sort of jug-like crimps here, so you can get your fingers in behind them.
I like a juggy crimp.
I like a juggy crimp.
You take that over a sloper any day.
Yep. I think I prefer it to a jug, in all honesty. Like, I like that feeling.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that.
Okay, that's good. Right, let's see here. 26 at the moment, needs 34 plus. And look, hanging on. No feet involved at all here. And Lucia, by the way, is just screaming in joy over on the right-hand side. She's so pumped, I don't think she can move. Over on the, we can just see her sitting in the isolation area. Right, Pavitra comes onto the stage on the far right. So Pavitra on the right, and then Selene Piré. We said the gauntlet would be thrown down. Selene's going to have to climb out of her skin here on this one.
I mean, it's not unlike Solène to top routes in World Cups, especially in finals. I think qualifiers, she topped one of them and came off going for the top hold on the other.
Yeah.
So
I think we're going to bring Lucia Capivella into the climbing commentary box here. He's just shouting her way through. Okay, well, we come back in one second. You just wait here. Can we have a little chat? Yeah, we can have a little chat. Okay, right, we're going to swap the headphones over here and just have a little chat. We're watching Terry Delarue, though, on the top of his route. So, Lucia, Terry falls. Right, look, you are so excited, of course.
Sorry, yes, I've got a boost of adrenaline. I cannot.
I'm going to put the mic near your mouth there. Right, so, Lucia, tell me about that run then. It went quite well for you.
Yeah, I was super excited. I felt the crowd inside me and with me, and it was like, okay, so this is hard. I can do it. So breathe, try to think.
Hang on, we just hold that thought. Pavitra is campusing her way, the only one who can now win this women's AL1 category. Pavitra's all that adrenaline's going to be with her right now as well.
Yeah, like we are with her, of course, and she knows what to do. She knows how to move. I know she can do it.
Now, you're in a weird position here because we're watching Selene, the only woman who can beat you to gold on the left.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want her to do well.
Yeah. I mean, I love Selene, how she climbs. Yeah. She's good for me to watch her.
And by the way, Pavitra's got easily the high point here. She's miles above everyone else on this walk.
And she's got more to go.
Yeah,
I mean, she's got more to give. I mean,
she's resting right now in this position.
Yeah.
She wants the crowd behind her as well. Loses onto one arm for a sec. She's carrying on campusing. Right, Lucy, tell us about this move on the left-hand side. It's kind of a weird mantle, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you trust in your feet, you can move. This one is more hard because you have to stay on the really edge of the volume and trust yourself to go all the way to the right. But if you think about the route before you know where your hands needs to go on that volume.
Well, Lucia presses in. Look at this from Pavitra. Can she possibly top this route? It's
yeah,
she's
got
still
more.
going.
She knows she's got more.
She knows she's won the thing, but
no.
she falls, but who cares? That's a gold medal for
she's
her.
upset for that.
Well, first ever category for women's AR1. She wins it. Fantastic. Look, I've taken enough of your time. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Thank you for cheering me. I will enjoy anyway at the podium. I mean, I don't care. I mean,
silver or gold, it doesn't matter.
So good to climb and stay here. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me in the commentary box. I'll see you soon. Well done. Congratulations. Right. Well, let's stick with the only lady, the only lady who can. So, Selene Piré coming up with the left hand. The only lady who can beat the lady who was just in the commentary box, and I think we can say, Isabel, fairly excited.
Yeah.
Awesome reaction there.
I mean, who wouldn't be?
Yeah.
That was an epic performance.
I know. I love it. I really like grabbing the athletes in here because it's so raw when they're coming out. It's brilliant. But Selene is looking in total control, you've got to say, at this point.
Yeah, she usually does.
Yeah.
It's just so cool to watch her climb.
Yeah, not much is going to phase her at this point. She rests, looks left, and this is the sequence that Lucia took quite a long time to get through here.
It's one of those where you can see maybe certain moves that are nicer with the left over the right, but also the way that we make it work by twisting around like Lucia did to get past it.
And what kind of training do you do to prepare yourself for those kind of moves? Is there anything specific you do? Is it, well, look at this from Selene Piré, unbelievable. Locking off that left arm, right. Just held as well. and then tiptoes that feet out. And I think this is really close to approaching this high point here. Drops that left leg down. Starts to unwind. Left foot up. Finds the left as underway for Slovakia here is our final athletes. Marek underway. And then Selene Piré resting up high. Marek launches up. Had a moment to pause. Now he continues. Selene Piré flicks the rope around her head. Comes into this last underclink. Wraps on top. Surely can she top it? Can she possibly top it from here? Left hand in. Gets herself set. Right in an underclink. We lose Marek. One hold from the top. So we'll just see confirmation of that, but I think Selene has done enough with that score. Breathing deep. A big smile. Well, the scoreboard is having some problems, but I'm pretty sure that Selene Piré has taken that. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, what else can you say about this lady? I'm always amazed by the motivation. You know, she's won everything, and to keep training as hard as she does, keep fighting, keep pushing, it's a testament to her work ethic, I think.
Yeah, I do have to point out, she was beaten once, though.
Way back in, a while back.
Way
now.
back.
Yeah.
First ever comp, merged category. One of my teammates turned coaches.
Yep. Yeah, since then,
yeah,
though,
ever
unstoppable.
Since then, for the next 7 years, unstoppable, untouchable.
And that consistency, I mean, it's just so hard to do. Unbelievable stuff from her. Right, we've got 2 climbers to go. Oh, no, sorry, 3 climbers to go here. Metej pulls himself on from Slovenia. Of course, the IFSC does go to copper soon in Slovenia, but not for a Para World Cup. Next one of those will be, next World Champs will be in a couple of months back in Korea. Can't wait for Korea. I'm genuinely excited already. I can taste the Korean barbecue.
Yeah, I'm so excited to go out there. If I qualify and get a spot, great. If not, I'm going out as an aide to one of our other athletes anyway.
Okay, so you're going to come and experience it.
Well, my partner is one of my teammates, so
okay,
and already has a spot. So we've been planning this for months already. Yeah, Mate's looking good on there. The Slovenian team are small, but they're strong, and they're so lovely.
Yes, they are. Move as a big unit around the world, these guys.
It would be cool to have a paracomp in Slovenia.
It would be, wouldn't it? I think that'd be cool. Have you ever seen the wall in copper?
No.
It's proper special. Like, if you think this is good, you wait and see copper. Really, really cool. And new feature as well. Got a similar kind of interesting angles on it.
Oh, nice,
not just
nice.
a comp wall. Well, evening has set in here as we come up to 7:43. Oh, a little hesitation there from him. He's okay, has managed to recover himself. Same category as Angelina Zella, who will be up later on. Gets those feet into a kind of horizontal position. Won't be able to put really much weight through those feet. And he finds the 360 pockets and in with the left. This is good from him. Score ticking away on the left. You can see 42, so he moves up into provisional gold. Little adjustment. Twisting, falling on that sequence. But he will leave himself in a very good position for a potential medal here with just 2 to go. I mean, guaranteed a medal with that performance then. And back down to the ground. And the wheelchair awaits. And this is confirmation of that Selene Piré's 44 over Lucia, who had in the commentary box, and in silhouette in third with a 25 plus. But Selene and Lucia quite a long way out in front in that category. I mean, look, that's a... I mean, look, this is your category when you look at this. Is this motivation or sort of a bit of fear for you looking at that?
Oh, so much motivation. It's not fear. We all kind of expect that kind of spread on the scoreboard there. Those two are going to be really tough to catch. But
it's a challenge, isn't it? Like, you got something to aim for, something
yeah.
to go. It's a bit like Yanya when she was like totally dominant doing all the comps. You know, everyone was just excited to be climbing with her and learning stuff from her and just being
I learned so much from watching those two and everyone else in the category as well. We just all learn so much from each other. I've had people in previous comps say, "Oh, I watched what you did on this route, and then I did the same thing. Thanks for the beta."
Yeah. Exactly right. Markus Posendorfer from Austria. There will be one last chance after this for the Austrian crowd to shout. Angelina Zeller, our final athlete out on stage. He often seems to be with the way the categories that have come.
Yeah, I don't think that's a coincidence, especially in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, it's spectacular, isn't it? Although Pavitra earlier on as well, incredible from her. What a performance. Well,
she merged with the men in Salt Lake and still ended up on a podium.
Yeah, bronze medal there. Unreal. Right, so he launches his way upwards now. I doubt this man is going to pause for very much time here as he campuses his way through this section. It's the speed which always impresses me.
Yeah. And you'll see not a lot of campus climbers take chalk bags with them because stopping to chalk's really hard for them, but the Austrians do.
Yes, if they happen to find a hole, they will take a moment to pause. And, you know, it's that classic thing you get taught as a beginner climber, rest with a straight arm. And we'll see that if he decides to chalk. But blocked crimp here with the right hand, crosses through to the left. This is nearing Pavitra's high point here on this route, different category, of course. Jibs to be had. Those hands are going to be burning now. This is that resting I was talking about, left arm stretched out. Putting the weight down into the back muscles rather than the biceps. Crosses through with the right. Into the pocket with the right hand side. Finds the left here. This is going to be a real challenge for Angelina Zeller, who will come next. Pausing for the first time in his run to breathe, and he falls there. We'll have to wait and see the updated results. But it's in a very similar position to Matej before, and there it is, and Markus does jump above 44 compared to Matej's 43 plus.
So close.
So he's guaranteed a silver at this point. Only Angelina Zeller to come. It's going to be an exciting end to our competition here, as Markus will celebrate with his home crowd. There we go, taking a moment to acknowledge them, and they are in good form out there. It's absolutely packed here at the Kletterzentrum. And the shades now providing a little bit of relief for everyone. They had to suffer through some temperatures out there earlier on.
It's one of the few times all week that I've been in nice temperature.
Well, right now you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool right now, it's lovely. Okay, everyone, well, the final moments of our paraclimbing competition here in Innsbruck. Angelina Zeller is about to come onto the stage, and remember, if you are just joining us and you missed the action, you can catch up on some of the highlights in the World Climbing Club, which will be available sometime tomorrow morning on the IFSC's YouTube channel. We have an interview with the first Icelandic athlete, a little chat with one of our route setters, and of course the results from today. And there Markus gets to watch. It's always strange, isn't it? You know, you want your teammate to do well, but part of you kind of wants them to fall off as well, so you can get that gold medal. It's a weird position to be in.
I wouldn't know. I've never had a teammate in my category.
Really? So you're the only British athlete in your category?
Yeah, we've had a few come and go nationally, but none have stuck around.
Okay, you need to stay there. We need to see you there.
Oh, I'm staying. I'm not going anywhere.
Well, the crowd there is it's not quite as dark as it looks there on screen, but and then Angelina Zeller enjoying this moment in the spotlight. So here we go. He approaches the wall, liquid chalk drying, gets clipped in. And I don't know who I back here, because Markus looks so strong out on the mats.
There's not actually a lot between them these days. If you asked me a year or so ago, I'd have put money on Angelino, no questions asked.
Yeah,
but
it's coming closer, isn't it?
He's catching up for sure.
Which is what we want to see. Like we don't want to see Angelino just dominant. Well, it's great to see him win, but we want him to be challenged. And this is the speed as we expect from Angelina. So, shoulders in action here. Crosses over the top of that rope. He'll want to flick that arm, I think, around the other side at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's only going to be an issue if he falls there, and that's not likely.
Yeah, good belay is allowing him a little bit of manoeuvring room there. Crosses through with the left into the right. And now, Angelina, this is where the real grind of campus climbing starts. He'll take a moment to rest here. And sometimes regaining momentum can be hard as well when you pause like that. But he has managed to re-find the momentum. Pauses now. And, very close to the top. The traverse from left to right ahead. This could be our gold medal decided now. Marcus got 44. And Angelina's on 43, if that's been updated correctly. Now up to 44, so he will take the gold. And listen to that crowd. Awesome stuff from Angelino. He's done it again, and he's done it again in Innsbruck. And he will know as well. You can see that smile. He'd love to top it out. One arm lock off, drops back down, shakes out. Powers up again. He's a little bit far. Can he? Surely he can't find another move. He can't this time, but it's still goal for Angelina Teller. Awesome stuff. And what a way to finish things off for our Austrian crowd here. As he comes back down, we'll wait for confirmation of all these results in a couple of seconds. Fantastic stuff. Well, as we will slowly start to tie things down for the commentary side, we will of course have all the podiums to come over the next sort of hour or so, where we get to celebrate with our athletes. Tomorrow there's no broadcast, qualifying only, but we will be bringing you the World's Climbing Club, the only place to go for all of the action. That will come out the day after, and the semi-finals and finals after that. And Isabella, thank you so much for joining me here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
It was lovely to hear you, and I'm all my fingers crossed for World Champs for you later on in the year, if you qualify. When will you find out if you do?
I'm not sure, but it should be fairly soon.
So look at this moment here. Two teammates congratulate themselves in the middle of the stage. Fist pumping, I'll be talking about this, and then really cool to see that community. So I'm sorry I interrupted you. When will we find out? Or you find out?
I don't know for sure, but it should be pretty soon, I think.
Awesome. Well, I hope to see you in Seoul. Well, you'll be there anyway with your teammates. So thank you so much.
I might be joining you back here.
You're more than welcome. Come back and join me. Thank you so much, Isabella. See you later. Well, we will wait for the final confirmation of all the results here. And congratulations to all of the athletes who are competing. Here they are. Rosalie takes victory for women's AU3, 33, beating Paula's 28 plus. Oriane in third, 27 plus for her. And Kevin Bartek. Now, there was a bit of confusion over this. But Kevin takes gold over Bryant in silver medal position. I think it was an appeal. Came down to time, it looks like, there for the decider. And then Isaac Ripman in third. Bronze medal for him, and Eduardo in fourth after that from Brazil, down on 36. Next category, men's AU3. Bentz takes victory there over Dominic and Mason in third. Bruno in fourth, 33. Countback making the difference, but all athletes in the 33s there. So Countback across the board. And the plus, obviously, making the difference for the top two. And then Selene Piret, we wondered if she could do it again. Of course she could do it again. 44 over Lucia Capavella's 40, and 25 plus for Siloué. Both those athletes are way out in front at the moment, followed by Liv, Caroline and Isabelle down at the bottom in 6th place. And then women's AL2, Lucie Jarige, 41 plus. She fought hard for that one. Team out in second with 33 plus, and Masako in third, 24 plus for her. Thierry Delarue takes victory again, 41 plus over Albert's 34 plus. Shu here is 33. Ivan after that. Ethan and Frederick lays down at the bottom. Early fall from him. He might be disappointed with that result. Not what he would have wanted on the night. Pavitra, what a victory that was. Hyping the crowd all the way. 44 plus for her. Julia Castella-Ferrer after that. And then Andrea Wilson in third place for her. And then our final category, Angelina Edzella leads the way. 47 plus over a 44. Matej down in third. 43 plus for him. And Marek 32 plus gets him in fourth position. What a competition that was between the two teammates. Incredible stuff. Well, as the mountains say goodnight to us down here on the ground, it's a reminder that there's lots of action to come for the IFSC over the next couple of days. Tomorrow, qualifying for the Boulder competition. We're not live broadcasting that one, but there will, of course, be a World Climbing Club with all the highlights from that, the grid walk and more. Semi-finals and finals for the men and women follow, and then we turn our attention to the second lead comp of the year after China. The athletes will be competing on the same wall we saw our para-athletes climb in. And that will be coming up at the weekend. So thank you to all my co-commentators who join me. Lovely to see a selection of people coming through and chatting to me here in the commentary box. And we will return in a couple of days for our next broadcast. But for para, we turn our attention to Seoul for the World Champs, which will be the next time they perform. So thank you to everyone. Congratulations to all the athletes and all our podium finishers. It's been a wonderful competition. And we will see you very soon for more IFSC action.
Das Start-up-Wettbewerb wird immer größer. Leistungen werden immer bestechender, die Klassen natürlich auch immer härter, die Klassifizierungen bleiben umstritten. Es ist ein richtig schwerer Job, das sich zu treffen. Aber Sebastian, wenn man alleine schaut, man kann sich doch die Lücke nehmen, in dem sich Paraclimbing in der Auswahl der Olympischen durchgesetzt hat. Schlussendlich muss man sagen, es ist viel richtig gelaufen fürs Klettern.
Absolut. Es gab insgesamt 33 Sportarten, die sich beworben haben für LA 28. 22 Sportarten wurden direkt bestätigt vom IOC. Das waren die gleichen, die auch in Paris waren. Und dann hat der Veranstalter noch die Auswahl bekommen, aber entweder Paraklettern oder Parasurfen noch dazu haben möchte, als sogenannter Additional Sport. Die Verhandlungen haben sich deutlich länger so nachgedacht und am Ende kam raus, dass sich Paraklettern durchgesetzt hat gegen Surfen in einem Land, wo das Surfen in der Landesflagge drin ist.
Herrlich. Und damit erleben wir 2028 zum ersten Mal Klettern als paralympische Disziplin. Es gibt noch die Interviews. Der Nick Blank steht gerade beim Twitch-Twitch-Link Johannes Hahn, der hier das Interview für das österreichische Fachfernsehen führt. Schade, dass man seine Frisur momentan nicht sehen kann. Aber wen man nicht sieht, sind der Markus Bösdorfer und Angelino Zeller. Die beiden, die Seal-Class seit Jahren dominieren. Und in Kürze dann die Siegerehrungen hier. 20 an der Zahl. Liebe Leute, danke, dass ihr da seid. Das ist ein großartiger Feieranlass für das Klettern. Hier heute dieses Paraclimbing-Finale. official green light. And here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the victory in the morning ceremony for the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup Innsbruck 2025. For RP1 women, please welcome the athletes and presenters. The medals and flowers will be presented by Pierre Yu, the IFSC Vice President Paraclimbing, accompanied by Dr. Amputation, the President of the Austrian Climbing Federation. Bronze medalist representing the United States of America, Hannah Sue. Silver medalist representing the United States of America, Jackie Stewart. And gold medalist and winner of the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup Expo 2025, representing the United States of America, Melissa Mad Reese. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please rise for the national anthem of USA. Gentlemen, yeah, you and Dr. Amputation will stay. We will jump to the awarding ceremony of RP1 men. The medals and flowers will be presented by the IFSC Vice President Paraclimbing, ICC Paraclimbing World Cup, Innsbruck 2025, representing France, Amputation. Representing Switzerland, Sarah Longi. Silver medalist, representing the United States of America, Emily Sandfront. Ladies and gentlemen, winning at home. The gold medalist and winner of the ICC Paraclimbing World Cup Innsbruck 2025, representing Austria, Yasmin Plan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able to remove your caps for the national anthem of Austria. plus, gold medalist and winner of the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup Innsbruck 2025, representing the United States of America, Benjamin! And now, guys, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please rise and remove your caps for the national anthem of the United States of America. That concludes RP2. And now, guys, the official line ceremony of women RP3. Here are the medalists. Bronze medalist, representing Brazil, Marina Diaz. Silver medalist, representing the Netherlands, Christiane Ludekusen. And finally, gold medalist, the winner of the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup Innsbruck 2025, representing the United States of America, Nat Farrell. In honor to the winner, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United ceremony RB3. Please welcome the medalists. The men's and flower will be presented again by the Julia Vice President of Climbing and Dr. Coach, the President of the Austrian Climbing Federation. Bronze medalist representing Brazil, Igor Silva Mesquita. Silver medalist representing Japan, Tadashi Takano. And gold medalist, the winner of the IFSC Paraclimbing World Cup Innsbruck 2025, representing Belgium, Camille Carrière. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please rise and remove your caps for the national anthem of Belgium. Congratulations! Camille Carrière, Tadashi Takano, Igor Silva Mesquita. That concludes the award ceremony, men RB3. And that brings us straight to the victory ceremony of women B1. The Black Claws, please welcome the medalists. Together with the assistant dog and their guides, ladies and gentlemen, bronze medalist representing Switzerland, Laila Grillo. And her guide, Celia Bless. Silver medalist representing Slovenia, Tanja Kluzic and the guide Matja Murray. representing Italy, Nadia Predice and her guide Cipriani. representing Japan, Show Aita representing the United States of America, Phoebe Parker, and her guide, Justin Coulon. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America. Representing Romania, Daniel Bebe Vasquia Antonei. And his guide, Andre Paz. Silver medalist representing Japan, Katsuhiro Minowara and his guide, Maso Kan. can remove your caps for the national anthem of Belgium. gentlemen, let's switch the winning team. Here it is. Having a good time on stage, Pierre Huber, Dr. Butcher, Ross Meredith, representing France, Simone Desta. representing Hungary, remove your caps for the national anthem of Hungary. Thanks to you guys making that